Many know about slavery, but few discuss paper genocide. We did not all come from Africa, and most of us have Aboriginal roots that were stripped away due to reclassification and miseducation. As a native Black American and a member of the Muskogee Creek Nation, I understand the importance of tracing your lineage. If you want to learn how to trace your genealogy and apply for tribal citizenship, go to nativeblackancestry.com to schedule a consultation.
They don't want you to remember this. You not no slave, you indigenous. Fuck how they painted them Indians. You went to war with the French and the British, man. Quite frankly, you was kings, Merovingians. They took the women and men, made them prisoners, raised up the children to worship their images, set up a lab to the genes and they mixed them, and this shit get way deeper than your pigment.
All right. We are live on TikTok. We are live on YouTube. Make sure to like, follow, subscribe, share, all that good stuff. Once again, I'm doing a live call-in show. We've got a lot of foreigners, a lot of migrants, a lot of strangers to our community that are hell-bent on getting online and trying to convince us we come from Africa, and they act like they know our genetic makeup and who our ancestors were and yada, 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 yada. So I said, hey, let me just go live real quick. Let me drop the call-in number and give these folks the space and opportunity to call in and say it with their chest. And above all else, I would just love to hear a source cite it. Every time I do these call-in shows, every time we have Africans who have fled the continent, living in Europe or, Canada somewhere, trying to call in, talking about, hey, you guys aren't indigenous. You really come from the motherland. Meanwhile, they're fleeing the motherland at alarming rates. If you knew the statistics on how many of them Africans snuck through the Mexican border in the last 4 years, it'd scare you a bit. We got Mexicans, Latinos with the biggest identity crisis, if you ask me, because goddamn, Mexicans be getting online nowadays talking about the Aztec warriors, but they don't want to talk about the conquistador grandpappy. Hey, 56% of the Latin American community literally identifies as white. But nowadays, the Mexicans are getting online talking about, no, I'm Navajo. I'm Comanche. My great-great-granny was an Aztec princess. Come on. We've got the Plains natives, the Bering Strait migrants living on the down bad reservations trying to call in talking about, no, we were the real first peoples. You guys were brought here. But they don't want to talk about that walk they took across that ice bridge, huh? I mean, you can't be indigenous to a landmass if you traveled from Asia. Plains Indians, I'm talking to you. Tonto, I'm talking to you. But guys, this is a live call-in show. We already had somebody trying to request to join backstage on TikTok. For the folks on TikTok, there's two different ways that you can call in. You can request to join through TikTok, or you can call the number that's posted, 405-351-4721. For the folks on YouTube, unfortunately, there's just one way for you guys to call in, and that's by calling that call-in number that is above my head. Let me see if we still have this person backstage on TikTok. Hold on. And guys, this is a call-in show for everybody. I would especially love to hear from you folks who think Black Americans have an identity crisis and we're wabos and we're pretendians and da-da-da-da. I mean, this is your chance to call in, say it with your chest. Hopefully you can cite some sources, but everyone and anyone is welcome to call in. So those of you who agree with my sentiment, who already know the history, who already know the heritage, but maybe you just have some questions about genealogy, American Indian history, tribal benefits, tribal citizenship, well, my name's Mike. I'm your resident expert, full-time genealogist, card-carrying member of the Muskogee Creek Nation, descendant of a chief of the tribe. I mean, if there's anybody to speak on this, it would be me, not some random troll in the chat. Yeah, I know there's a lot of trolls in the chat, though. Let me get caught up with the chat real quick on YouTube. We got Drink in the building. What's good? Nice to see you as always. Is that person still waiting backstage on TikTok? Who was that? Somebody just tried to request. Who was that? I don't know where they went. But guys, I'm going to give you, let's say, a minute or so. See if we have any live callers. And then I'm going to transition to a recap of a previous call that I had with someone that did not end the way that they thought it would. I had this African migrant calling into me the other day, trying to talk a whole lot of slick shit. And when we got down to the nitty-gritty, as always, they didn't know what they were talking about. Yes, Real Engine, the Siberian's mad. We even got Asians over in Asia making TikTok videos to these Plains Indians saying, yo, y'all know you come from us. You know you came from Asia. You know you came from Mongolia, Russia, China, but they don't want to talk about that. You see, they brokered an agreement with the U.S. government a long, long time ago. It went something like this. They get to live on these reservations, getting billions of dollars of the federal budget so they can do a little too much drinking, if you know what I mean. I mean, guys, the reservation that I just saw the other day, I think it was called the Pine Ridge Reservation. I kid you not. It has a 80% alcoholism rate. I think they said a 50% obesity rate, a 90% unemployment rate. I mean, these folks on the reservation are starving, but they want to spend their free time trying to call into us. Say it ain't so. Say it ain't so. And without further ado, I'm going to show you guys exactly what I was talking about when I said that we had a strange African who tried to call in the other day. If you actually want to see the video of this, you're going to have to be tuned in on YouTube. The name of the YouTube is Mike TV. Just type that in. It'll pop right up. I think I got like 47,000 subscribers or something. For the folks on TikTok, you'll at least get the audio of this. But let's go ahead and show you what happened not too long ago. Bye. I'm just getting ready to start it. Ready to start it. And call in. Hold on. Caller, where are you calling in from and what's on your mind? All right. And before you get started, let me get some feedback from YouTube and TikTok. Can you guys put some fists or feathers in the chat if you guys can hear the caller okay? Let me make sure they can actually hear you before we get going. All right, let's see. Copper and American Indian says, here we go. Okay, I'm seeing some feathers on TikTok. Somebody else says, no, they can't hear him. Other people are saying yes. Okay, so it seems like most of the people on TikTok can hear him. For the folks on YouTube, cannot hear you. Give me just a second to switch the audio for the YouTube folks. Let's see. We live on YouTube and TikTok. It's a little bit tricky. All right, give us a little sound check. Say something again.
Blood.
All right.
Model.
There you go. Folks on YouTube, can you now hear him? I know we're good on TikTok, but I got to see where we're at on YouTube. We got Neon in the house. Nice to see you. Okay, they can hear you on TikTok and YouTube now. Go ahead. What's on your mind? You said you're calling in from Maryland?
Yes, sir.
All right. And is that where your family's from originally, or did you migrate from elsewhere?
Migrated from Liberia.
From Liberia. Okay, so your folks are from Africa.
Yep, folks from Africa. I'm firstborn Liberian descendant.
Interesting. And I'm not sure exactly how it works with immigrants, but I think if you're the firstborn, does that mean you're first generation migrant?
Yep, first generation.
Okay,
yes,
cool. So first generation from Liberia in Maryland. Let us know what's on your mind.
I definitely agree. I agree with your prompt, man. I feel like I don't know if they have an identity crisis. I don't think it's a huge identity crisis, but I do believe a lot of them have been indoctrinated to spew just misinformation, especially on Black Americans, And I do believe that Black Americans were here long before the transatlantic slave trade. Not to say it didn't happen. I just believe that people were already here. Well, people were definitely already here, but I believe Black Americans were one of those people.
Well, that's interesting you say that, because I'm not sure if you've seen this, firsthand, but I come across a lot of people, Africans, Pan-Africans, and they'll say things like, the first people on Earth were Black, and the real Europeans were originally Black, and the Chinese were Black, and everybody was Black. But when it comes to America, they want us to think it was just empty until some Asians came across.
They contradict themselves whenever they do that, man. They contradict themselves whenever they do that. I hear some crazy things, honestly. Mainly the red face, modern day, you know what I'm saying, Native American that we have, who's depicted as being the native Indian that you know, the first American settlers encountered.
Well, no, so that's the
I
thing.
don't think they have all their facts straight on that.
Yeah, so that's the weird thing, because you're right in the sense that these Bering Strait Asiatic migrants cosplaying as
Mongoloids.
Native Americans, yeah,
Mongoloids, what I like to
Mongols,
call
yeah.
them.
Sometimes I like to
Yeah.
call them Siberian Huskies, you know, if I'm trying to be funny. But it is interesting that these folks who are literally in the most desolate part of the Americas, I mean, the high desert, the plains, North Mexico
Yeah.
desert, New Mexico desert, Nevada desert, Arizona desert. I mean, these folks have really got such a weird identity crisis that I'll even see them online, not just claiming that they were like the first ones to get contacted by Europeans, but they even make comments about Columbus and stuff. Like what?
Yeah.
Columbus was in the
It's
Caribbean.
like,
None of you Mongolian looking Native Americans were ever in the Caribbean or Central America
right.
or South America or the Gulf Coast. Y'all are in the desert and the plains. Y'all didn't get European contact until the last phase of westward expansion, Manifest Destiny, after the 13 colonies got locked down, after they took over the tribes in the southeast and had the Trail of Tears. Then when the Europeans were getting on their covered wagons, finally trying to go on the Oregon Trail, that's when you Asiatic Native Americans finally got some contact.
Right.
And y'all got
that was like the Western frontier push out
1900s.
there.
Yeah. Early 1900s. And they didn't really even put up that much of a fight. I mean, these folks got colonized in like 30, maybe 40 years max. Meanwhile, when it comes to us, it took several hundred years and several different European nations simultaneously working to colonize us to take us over. But them Bering
Several
Strait
different wars
migrants,
too.
Yeah. Them Bering Strait migrants didn't really put up much of a fight, did they?
No, they did not. I believe they signed on to, I believe it's called being a $5 Indian. I believe it was some sort of government contract drawn up to lay claim to a tribe if you were able to pay this currency back then, which I believe only amounted to $5.
You're absolutely right. The federal government came up with something called the Dawes Commission, spearheaded by Henry Dawes, who was a Massachusetts senator, and they sent him out to Indian Territory to pick and choose who's an Indian, who's not an Indian anymore, break up the tribes, because what they were doing is paving the way to convert Indian Territory into the modern state of Oklahoma. Why were they doing this? Because they discovered that the Indians' land had oil beneath it. After they already pushed the Indians out the southeast, the Indians already agreed, our ancestors already agreed to give up Florida, Georgia, Alabama, Louisiana, go west of the Mississippi, because the white folks said, we'll give you hundreds of thousands of acres of land over here and we won't mess with you. And that's how it went for like 50, 60 years until some white folks realized that we had oil. Now here comes the U.S. government. Here comes the Dawes Commission. Here comes the Dawes Roll. And yes, those white federal Dawes Commission agents let European settlers pay $5 to get placed on the roll. $5 back then was $165 in today's currency. If you got placed on the Dawes Roll as a Bi-Blood Indian, you got up to 160 acres of land per person. So you see why we had so many European settlers trying to pay to be Indians.
Try to lay claim. And that's why a lot of them look pretty white. You know what I'm saying? If you're looking at a modern day native, they look pretty pale skinned. That I mean, I really wish you were in the last live that I was in, honestly, to lay out some of these facts. Because yeah, man, they were definitely tooting the every black person in America has to be of African descent horn, and that was kind of crazy.
And they can't really cite a source, can they?
Nope.
They can't say, hey, I read in this book by this author who did this research that every Black American comes from a West African slave. They can't do that. They can't say, hey, here's this document that proves definitively that every Black American descends from a West African slave. They can't do that. But we can bring up documents citing our indigeneity day in and day out.
They even contradicted the fact that if you believe that life started in Africa and we migrated, then that has to mean that migration had to have pushed to North America. You know what I mean? Like you would have to have people migrate to these different continent faces out of Africa, which means the Black people had to have started on damn near every single face.
But time out. Here, first of all, the out of Africa theory is a theory. Most people don't even know that that theory was spearheaded by anthropological eugenicist Charles Darwin. Charles Darwin created a publication. They lie, and they only tell us the first half of the title of it. They say The Theory of Evolution. Look it up. That was not the title of his book. The full title was The Theory of Evolution and God's Favored Races. It was basically a racist manuscript to try to prove scientifically that melanated people were inferior to Europeans. That's where this whole out of Africa theory comes from. We evolved from monkeys shit. How does life start in Africa if Africa only has 200 to 300 pyramids and the Americas has 2,000 to 3,000 pyramids? How does life start in Africa if the oldest pyramids in the world are in the Americas? The largest pyramid in the world is the Cholula Pyramid in Pueblo, Mexico. I mean, what are we talking about here? They've done recent architectural and what's the word I'm looking for? It's archaeological. They've done archaeological research. They've strapped lasers to drones using LiDAR scanning, and they're finding so many more pyramids buried beneath the dirt, buried beneath man-made lakes, out there in the Florida swamps, out there on islands. They found a Mayan step pyramid 4 years ago on an island in the Florida Everglades, but nobody talks about it. They recently did LiDAR scanning of the Amazon rainforest, and they found a huge network of pyramids and temple mounds that are identical to the ones we find all through the Gulf Coast in the Southeast. So how can anybody say that life started in Africa when everybody and their mama risked life and limb to come over here because it was the land of milk and honey? The Spanish were over here since the 1500s, literally looking for El Dorado, the lost city of gold, and the fountain of youth. If life started in Africa, why weren't the conquistadors looking for the fountain of youth in Africa?
The point that I was making in the live panel that I just left from, I told them that if you sent an expedition to colonize the New World, and you get here and you arrive and you find people already on the land, why would you then travel back to another continent 3 weeks across the ocean, or three to 8 weeks, a 3 to 8 week journey across the Atlantic Ocean, back and forth? And
wait, no. In my research, that journey, that slave trip journey, takes 6 to 12 months.
Okay. Well,
there are journals.
I'm going off of what?
Yeah, no. There's journals from European slave traders who talk about it taking a couple months sometimes to even get to the right part of the west coast of Africa they're looking for, and then they have to stay on the west coast of Africa for a few more months until they can participate in local African rituals and customs, which then grant them permission from the local warlord to buy slaves from them. And then after they've finally been rocking with the Africans for a while, they get the permission to buy the slaves, then they have to make the multi-month journey over here to the Americas. Yeah.
So with all that being said, why would you make that arduous journey, get here, only about 60% of your cargo survived due to the way that they were stowing them at the bottom of the boat, shitting and pissing on top of each other and vomiting, and then you put them in the fields to work?
Wait, no.
Why would
let's do this
Why would you go
theory
through that?
proper justice. Hold on. You are
Right.
not doing this theory proper justice. What these folks believe is that Europeans bear crawled through the jungle of Africa, tracked down on foot some Africans, threw a net on them, put some ropes on them, forced them on a boat, packed them like sardines, hundreds of them. They're pissing and shitting on top of each other. There's no fresh water. There's no food because they're not explaining where they're storing the fresh water and the food. On top of it, wait a minute. They would actually all suffocate at the bottom of the ship because there's no ventilation, because you can't have vents at the bottom of a ship because seawater will get in and then you'll sink. But wait, there's more. They survived the multi-month trip. And then they get off the boat and they don't need medical treatment or hospitals. They're just ready to go work and start cultivating crops they've never seen before, on land they've never farmed before.
The indoctrination,
and then
the indoctrination in this country is crazy, bro.
Some of them on the plantation, some of them on the plantation seek their freedom. Hold on, some of them on the plantation seek their freedom, so they start singing songs and hymns in the field to secretly tell their people how to run away up north. And one of those songs made famous is called "Follow the Drinking Gourd." But wait a minute, if these folks are from Africa, how could they use the constellation, the drinking gourd, to know how to go up north if in Africa they have a totally different set of constellations that they look at in the sky?
Oh my gosh.
They come over here and just know how to cultivate crops they've never seen, on land they've never been to, and they know how to track stars they've never seen to migrate up north and make an underground railroad that I mean, it just makes no fucking sense. Come on.
You don't understand the amount of educated people with degrees that were arguing against me on this point. Like, I meant to the death. And I was flabbergasted.
You say educated, I say indoctrinated. They're literally getting certificates and degrees from our opposition. Do you know that Harvard University started off as an Indian conversion school?
No, I did not know this.
Harvard, look it up. Harvard University started off as an Indian, in like the 1500s or something. Indian boarding school. It was meant to take the local Indian chiefdoms' children and convert them and assimilate them into European customs. So is it any surprise that we get Harvard professors nowadays like Henry Louis Gates Jr. talking about we all come from Africa? I mean, they're literally paid and financed by our ops. The same institutions that used to think that our skulls were shaped a certain way, which means we deserve to be slaves. The same people who said that black women on the plantations were like animals and didn't feel pain, so they can experiment on their genitals with no anesthesia, which is where the modern gynecological field comes from. I mean, guys, the same mainstream academic institution is on record playing in our face. In the 80s and the 90s, they used to teach that 100 million Africans were shipped to the Americas as slaves. Guess how many they say were shipped now?
Less than 400,000. And the numbers are still heavily inflated.
You're getting ahead of the curve. Now they say that 12.5 million were shipped. And out of the 12.5 million that were shipped to the Americas, 10.5 million survived the journey. And then out of the 10.5 million that survived the journey, less than 4% went to North America. Some estimate that's between 90,000 and 400,000. The math ain't mathing. Yep. How they going to go from 100 million to 10 million?
All, not mathing at all.
Come on.
It's not mathing at all, honestly. But you know, they'll go ahead and take whatever they read out of any textbook, you know what I'm saying, in the curriculum, and not think critically, and not you know what I'm saying, not use their own logical, you know what I'm saying, brain and come to a conclusion on what really happened.
Facts. Hey, somebody in the chat says, not a Liberian agreeing. Well, hey, we really don't know his lineage like that. I didn't ask him about his lineage like that. There's been so many colonization schemes to try to convince our people to willingly migrate to Liberia since like the early 1800s, to where, for all I know, we're talking to a native Black American whose ancestors fell for one of the Okey-dokes and migrated to Liberia. Or he could descend from native indigenous Liberians who had to deal with these new Black Americans coming through and trying to take over the colony. So, I mean, if you do want to expound a bit on your heritage,
Yeah,
what is the oral
absolutely,
tradition
absolutely.
that your family passed down?
My father is from the Asa tribe of Liberia.
Hausa, like
It's one of the nine
Houssa?
Bassa,
Okay.
Bassa. And that's one of the 9 tribes, one of the 9 native tribes there. So I do believe I come from a lineage of native Liberians. Speaking on my father's side. Now my mother's side, my mother is an American Liberian. She comes from an ancestry of people that migrated to Liberia from America. So I kind of have both those heritages in my bloodline. Of course, I like to think that whatever your father is what you should go by. But you know what I'm saying? I'm a mixture of both.
I feel it.
Um,
And I know that indigenous tribes in the Americas were mostly matrilineal. In Africa, are you guys mostly patrilineal or matrilineal?
I'm sorry, man. You're gonna have to break that down to me.
Yeah, no.
As far as
So like American Indian tribes, they typically go through the mother's line, the mother's clan to like signify your tribal affiliation. But in Africa, do they more so go by the father's family tree?
they go by the father. Yeah, yeah,
Okay,
they go by the father.
I got you.
Absolutely.
And I got to ask you, your father's side, Native Liberian, your mother's side, Black American, Native Black American, that followed one of the colonization schemes, and now their lines in Liberia. How does your father's side view the history and the descendants of the Native Black Americans that migrated into Liberia? I heard that there was like some conflict or something.
There was definitely conflict. It was actually civil war because of that conflict.
Whoa,
And it was just
civil war? I thought
yeah.
these Black Americans were simply Africans returning home. I mean, shouldn't the local Native Liberians say, Wakanda, come back, my brother. You're back home, the motherland.
They should have came back with welcoming arms, right?
But it sounds like the Native Liberians knew that these people were not their people.
Exactly. And that caused, to this day, chaos in the country.
I believe it.
Yep.
I believe it. Wait, brother, go ahead and leave us with some closing remarks, and then I got a couple more people backstage.
I'm just gonna say, please think critically on all information, especially when it comes to Black American history in this country, because a lot of it is whitewashed and controlled. And I'm talking about mainstream information. You know what I mean? This is like information that's being taught in schools. So you really gotta think critically. Genealogy tests don't do justice.
Oh, wait, hold on. So many people are lost in the sauce. They don't even understand the difference between genealogy and DNA. What you're talking about is a DNA test. Genealogy ain't got nothing to do with a DNA test. Genealogy
Ain't
is
got nothing to
paper
do with it.
trail records, paperwork.
Yep. I would follow the paperwork personally.
Hey.
I would follow the paper trail.
If you took a DNA test, it would probably say you're 9 different types of African, but it's not unless you did paper trail genealogical research that you would actually discover, wait, my mother's side is documented as immigrating to this land. My father's side is documented as being indigenous to this land. I mean, there's so much that the paperwork can reveal that those Fugazi DNA tests never will.
Yep. DNA is simply just a DNA finding. You know what I mean? You could find your DNA anywhere across the 7 continents of this world.
Come on,
So
people have been circumnavigating the globe, mixing with one another for so long. How are you going to spit in a cup and tell me I'm 9% Nigerian, 10% Ghanaian, 20% Sierra Leone? I mean, come on. A lot of these countries weren't even in existence back then. A lot of the African nations are kind of recent as far as their names and their formations as countries. The borders used to be different. Tribes get moved around. I mean, come on.
It won't place you to a landmass. That's for sure. I won't place you to an exact landmass. It'll give you a bunch of. That's why people get all these collections of landmasses whenever they do DNA tests.
You know what's funny? Something a DNA test can do is link you to blood relatives. So it's so crazy that when all these Black Americans do DNA tests, it never links us to blood relatives on the continent of Africa. We should have some 6 cousins living in Nigeria right now. We should have some 10th cousins twice removed in Sierra Leone right now if we all come from West African slaves.
Yep. You would definitely see their information when in your DNA test, but yet and still that's not the case. That's not the case. Nobody thinks these things through. Nobody thinks these things through.
Let's talk about it. Ogun 1010 says plenty are finding African family. Why don't you call it and at least let us hear them lies? Ain't no Black American ever done a DNA test that links them to a blood relative in Africa. There's not been a single DNA test that says, hey, in our database, we found that you have a blood relative named Okumbu Mfongwe over in Sierra Leone. It can't, no. But you know what it always does?
You know damn well if they ever did that, they would disown them quickly.
Yeah, it links us to blood relatives in America all the time, though. It'll show us a bunch of cousins, a bunch of people in our family tree we never even knew about in America. We go over there to Africa talking about, look at my DNA test, I'm one of you. We ain't getting no citizenship. They gonna say, take your Yankee Akanta white ass somewhere else. They literally call us white in Africa.
Yeah, that's exactly what they use to describe the foreigners.
Come on. Ghanaian year of return tourism scams, fake slave castle tourism traps. Come on. Ask your average African, do you have like any history of some of your family members being stole by Europeans and sent across the ocean? They'll say, nope, we don't know what you're talking about.
Facts. There also aren't any folklores of, hey, don't go down to the beach, you'll get snatched up by the white. There's nothing like that over there.
Thank you.
There's nothing like that.
We have folklore in our community of evil Europeans using some of our children as alligator bait, but Africans on the west coast of Africa don't have any folklore of don't go too close to the coast because a man with white skin will put you on a boat and we'll never see you again. I mean, all right.
Maybe I'm sorry, man. But that's none of the stories we tell our kids to go to bed at night.
Hey, and shout out to Ogun. Ogun must be our resident Pan-African. Ogun says, if our history was erased, wasn't theirs, you cannot conflate the two. We were colonized for several hundred years by 7 different European factions. Africans were business partners with Europeans, trading slaves with them, getting cloth and beer and muskets and trinkets. They were business partners. And it wasn't until like the late 1800s, early 1900s that some of the European powers wanted to set up some colonies in Africa. And most of those colonies existed for under 100 years. And then they got their independence. I mean, Africans got colonized by their former business partners for such a small amount of time compared to us, who are still being occupied to this day. Colonized since 1492. Guys, look up the timeline of African colonization. You'll be surprised.
Well, another point I want to bring up before I get up out of here. Black Americans were also the only race people in America to have their racial designation changed several times throughout the course of history.
Exactly. We went from Indian to colored, Negro, mulatto, octoroon, freedman, free person of color. Guys, y'all don't understand. When y'all heard in grade school about the Europeans slicing up Africa and colonizing Africa, that happened in 1884.
Right.
1884. We've been colonized since 1492. And most of those African countries that get colonized in the late 1800s, and they got their independence by like the 1950s, 1960s. Yep. So no, Ogun, that's a false equivalency. You can't say that their history got erased the same way ours did when they were never even colonized like we were. They were never occupied like we were. They didn't have their land pillaged and pyramids and mounds destroyed and stuff like we did. I mean, it's a whole different thing going on over here.
Whole different thing. Whole different thing. You can't compare the two.
Nah.
Cannot compare the two.
A lot of Africans on the continent of Africa still have their language, still have their culture. Of course, the areas of dense colonization, they may be speaking some French or some Spanish or some Portuguese, but we cannot compare the two. Just even look at demographic. Africa is such a large continent. Billions and billions of Africans. I mean, come on. You let a few white folks come through, set up shop for 60, 70 years, then they leave and start controlling you from behind the scenes, put up some puppet presidents and shit. I mean, now compare that to us. French, British, Dutch, Spanish, Portuguese, all fighting world wars in the Western Hemisphere for control over our land. When it came to y'all, they just sliced it up at the Berlin Conference. Can't compare the two. Ogun says Congo arguably had the worst out of everyone. If you're comparing them to other demographics of Africans, yes. I'd say the Taino had it worse out of everyone. The Taino, who had Cristobal Colon and the Spanish and African conquistadors use their spiritual practice against them and try to use different lunar events to convince them that they were deities sent from Waxacotl, and then butchered them and maimed them and destroyed them and shipped them as slaves to Europe. Hey, y'all don't know what happened to the Taino or the Arawak or the Caribs or the tribes in Central America or South America, all the ones that perished in gold mines. I mean, yeah, it was real bad what happened to the Congo folks. I think it was King Leopold who was taking out many of the Congo people. But you know what's so crazy? The Congo folks vastly outnumbered them. The Congo folks had every opportunity to rebel, to put up a struggle. I mean, how do a handful of Europeans take out billions of Africans on their own continent? I can tell you how they did it to us. They started with biological terrorism. They didn't do that in Africa, though. They didn't need to. They did the spiritual warfare with us, converting and hostaging and taking indigenous children as hostages. Everybody hears about Pocahontas, but you forget the part where she dies in Europe, right, guys? So, yeah, I wouldn't compare African colonization to American colonization, especially when y'all were the business partners with the Europeans and then they flipped the script on you and backdoored you. I mean, that's a whole different scenario. We were never in league with Europeans like that, trafficking our people to be shipped to the other side of the world like that. Guys, there wouldn't be a transatlantic slave trade if it wasn't for the direct participation of Africans. I saw a documentary the other day. It said, and I forget which part it was, but there was a part of Africa more so on the East Coast side. Not the East Coast, but more like in the East, kind of near Sudan. And I was talking to someone from this country, and I was like, you know what? I wonder if they participated in the slave trade. I mean, they're not by the west coast of Africa, but I just felt in my spirit that they probably had something to do with the transatlantic slave trade. And guys, I kid you not, what it said was that this African country, I forget which one it was, maybe I remember if I have a map, but they actually captured slaves and had them travel long distances to the coast to then be sold to Europeans. The Africans on the coast who were slave traders were actually getting the slaves trafficked and brought in all the way from like Central Africa and East Africa. So this whole slave trading network was deep. It was vast. It wasn't no Europeans coming to the coast, stealing some people and dipping. Y'all were creating whole little networks. And truth be told, I think Africans invented the concept of a slave trade because they've been selling slaves since the 6th century. Look up the Arab slave trade. Are you familiar with the Arab slave trade?
I'm not familiar with the Arab slave trade.
They're selling slaves to the Middle East as early as the 6th century. They trafficking slaves to the Muslims. The Arab slave trade. Look it up, y'all. Don't take my word for it. The Arab slave trade was a 13th century long system. 13 centuries? 13 centuries. The Arab slave trade was a 13th century long system from the 7th century to the 20th century that trafficked 10 to 20 million Africans, along with Europeans and Asians, across the Sahara Desert and Indian Ocean to the Middle East, North Africa, and the Arabian Peninsula. Operating as a veiled genocide, it involved brutal, long-distance forced marches, and unlike the transatlantic slave trade, it often focused on forced domestic labor and concubinage. Hey. Long before there was ever a transatlantic slave trade, long before the Africans supplied the labor for our opposition to come and colonize our land. All right. Amerindian Cherokee says they had the Barbary slave trade too. Yeah. But go ahead, brother. Provide us with some closing remarks, and then I got to get on to a couple more people.
Yeah. Just to be critical of all the information that you're taking in. That's all I gotta say, honestly. You know, and they've been indoctrinating us for a long time now.
For a long
you know,
time.
and still are. And you know, I know it's hard to unlearn all that information and take in, you know what I mean, something that could possibly give, you know what I'm saying, I mean, don't get me wrong, this is like an identity crisis if you're with along the belief of you are from Africa, but
well, no. So
you definitely got to go ahead and
I'd say that the members of our community that fall for the propaganda, they have an identity crisis. The Pan-Africans have an identity crisis. The people who believe the transatlantic slave trade narrative as it's told have an identity crisis. But when it comes to us who are doing the digging and the genealogy, we're not suffering an identity crisis. We're having our heritage restored.
Exactly. It's got to feel good. I know it feels good. I know me personally, me learning this information, I just couldn't, and I'm not saying like, you know what I mean, I had an issue with taking in what was once, what I now know is a lie.
None of us had an issue with it. Every February we was rocking onks and dashikis, and we was Wakanda forever when Black Panther came out, and we thought that we had an African diaspora, and y'all was our cousins and shit. We weren't ashamed to be African when we believed that, but we found out it was a lie.
Yeah, it was a lie though. It's all a lie.
Black Americans repatriating, relocating to Ghana, taking the Egypt tours. We ain't never wanted to run away or be ashamed of being African when we thought that was our heritage, when we fell for the Okie Doke and the Roots movie and the Color Purple and all the propaganda. But when we did the digging and when we stopped and said, wait a minute, school told us that we're from Africa and school is orchestrated by our ops and grandma said we Indian. I mean, we just have to start connecting the dots. Yeah, but thanks for calling in, brother. Don't hesitate to call in the future.
All right. Thanks for having me, man. And please keep pushing this truth.
Oh, we'll do, brother. We'll do. Appreciate you. Peace. Copper and American Indian says Roots is a fictional story. Yeah. Alex Haley had to pay $3.2 million in today's money to the Jewish man whose fictional book he plagiarized. Roots was plagiarized from a fictional book called The African, which is about an African being shipped to South America. And that fictional book was written by the Jewish American folklorist Harold Corlander. But Alex Haley made us think that was like his personal family story. And so that's our personal family story. That's some boule psyops. But guys, before I get to the other two people who try to call in, we had somebody trying to call in on TikTok. I forget their name, but their icon was like a shadow or a ghost or something. If you're still watching, person who was backstage on TikTok, go ahead and request to join again. I'll bring you right up. If you don't request to join, then I'll get to the other two people that called in. Shout out to Yvette. Yvette says, and I never heard an apology from them. No, all we got was scams. Some year of return scam. Like we need a return to the people who sold us to Europeans if that's actually our heritage. I mean, some of us do our genealogy and we do have an African or two on the family tree. I personally don't, but some of my genealogy clients do. And guess what? They don't feel some warm connection to the continent of Africa. They think, damn, them Africans ain't never went looking for their family members. Wait, damn, the Africans were the ones selling to the European. Oh, damn. Why would you want to identify with a continent like that? Hey, let's talk about it, y'all. And that person on TikTok isn't calling back in, so I'll go back to some of these people who called in via the phone number, 217 number. 217 number. I'm calling you back right now. Let's see if they pick up. Looks like we're gonna get on to the next caller.
Your call has been for.
Let me see. 972 number. I'm calling you back right now. Oh, wait, hold on. That's the wrong one. Here we go. 972 number. Copper and American Indian says, I haven't found one African. Exactly.
Hello?
Caller, you're live. Let us know where you're calling in from and what's on your mind.
Yeah, like I'm calling in from Texas.
By way of?
By way of like the United States. Like my father's side is from Little Rock and my mom's side is from South Carolina.
I got you. And did your family like migrate from another country at some point, or?
When I was going through like my family tree, I didn't really see much of a migration from Africa to here. So just basically when I went on that family tree. But yeah, I was just calling in just to let you know that like I pretty much support your work, support what you're doing and all that. And I was listening to you know, the information that you was basically putting down, right?
Mm-hmm.
And no joke, when I be on like Instagram or just any of these platforms, and when I'm like debating these people on basically Black Americans having like indigenous roots to America, and even showing them some of the sources that you've actually like posted on your live streams, it's like it doesn't really like compute in these people's minds.
Oh yeah, I feel
You know. Yeah, and how you said, like you made like a point earlier about how I think the Roots movie was financed and written by like a Jewish man, right? Even the like McGraw or like the McGraw-Hill textbooks that were like distributed out to everybody across the country, that was also written by and so like a Jewish man.
Well, not just
So-
that. The Jewish man that had involvement with the McGraw-Hill textbooks is Ghislaine Maxwell's father. Yeah, Jeffrey
Yep.
Epstein accomplice Ghislaine Maxwell. Yeah, her father is one of the people behind the McGraw-Hill textbooks. Yeah. Matter of fact, the father of African diaspora studies in America, the one that they credit all collegiate level African diaspora studies to, is a Jewish man named Melville Hershkovich. He started the genocidal lie that all Black Americans come from African slaves only. So yeah.
Yeah, and like exactly. And when I really started to go down this rabbit hole, because I came across your channel, I think about like 2 years ago, and I was kind of, you know, for like a while and stuff, like I didn't see your channel, but then I kind of came back around. And when I really looked at the sources that you basically put down, I was like, okay, that really does like make sense. Like it's logical, it's like factual and stuff. But no joke, like you just have people from like the Caribbean, right? Or they have basically like African ancestry, and they'll try to say, oh, and stuff, they were like pretenders, wabos and stuff.
Yeah.
But it's like, yo, and the Caribbeans especially, right? The Caribbeans kind of be like the main ones kind of be talking or whatever.
Well, see,
And they be trying-
they're very similar to the Pan-Africans, because the Pan-Africans believe, hey, I'm Pan-African, and I think my family came from Africa as slaves, so that means your family came from Africa like slaves. In that same vein, most of the African slaves actually went to Brazil. The second largest destination was the Caribbean. So a lot of these
Right.
folks in the Caribbean do descend from African slaves, but they're not content with that. They're hell-bent on trying to convince us that we share that same heritage, even though we're from a whole different place, even though we have a whole different history.
Oh yeah, like for sure and stuff, like most definitely. Like there's definitely a difference between the Black Americans that are indigenous here to America and a difference between those who are in South America, the Black people that's in the South Americas. Very much of a different phenotype, but they always try to kind of just like put like that African label on us, right? Like when it comes to like any other group, because like the Hebrew, like Israelites, the Moors, uh, many other kind of like names that I see some of Black Americans take on. Like nobody really kind of says the people a word, right?
Mm-hmm.
But it's like,
and real quick, hold on, real quick. L over on TikTok, L. When you say explains why they couldn't live off the land, are you talking about Caribbeans? Let me know. Because if you're talking about Caribbeans, I have an interesting statement to reinforce that with. I'm sorry, caller, go ahead.
Yeah, but the Caribbeans, right, when they be trying to ask questions to Black Americans, so like, where you from, right? And we say from America and stuff and all that, right? When Black Americans ask the question back, okay, well, where are you from originally? They'll be like, so we're from like Jamaica. Oh, so we're from like Trinidad. We're this and that and the other. And I'm like, no, I'm asking you where are you originally from? And then they just say, oh, I'm originally from Lily Trinidad. And so I'm literally from Jamaica. This and the other. I'm like, Jamaica is not an ethnicity; it's a nationality.
It's a nationality. There's Asian Jamaicans. There's red dot on the forehead Indian Jamaicans. I mean, but these folks who descend from African slave traffic to the Caribbean will just get online and say, I'm just Barbadian, I'm just Jamaican. But when we say we're just American, it's an issue.
Oh, yeah.
Matter of fact, I learned, and L didn't answer my question, but I'm going to assume that L was talking about the Caribbean folks when he said it explains why they couldn't live off the land. Guys, what happened was those islands, some of them are so small that the indigenous population, when they were being colonized, a lot of them got in their canoes and went to different islands or went to mainland Florida, Alabama, Louisiana, et cetera, et cetera. I mean, you got to understand the islands have a whole different history than the mainland continent. I mean, the islands, that's where they really did have to traffic slaves in from Africa because all the Indians know how to get in a canoe and go somewhere else, right? So they've got this barren land that's very fertile, but they need a workforce, and they don't want to get these indigenous slaves because these indigenous slaves are warlike, they rebel, they slice up mass in the middle of the night type shit, but these Africans are so servile, they're so agreeable, so we're going to get them to populate our plantations in the Caribbean because the indigenous people have fled to the wayward side, to the leeward side, to the mountains in Puerto Rico. They fled to Florida. I mean, this is why there's a different history there. And in that same vein, in the 21st century, a lot of these islands that were colonized and now have a majority demographic that descend from West African slaves, like Barbuda and Antigua. Most people don't know, islands like that actually begged to be recolonized. The British actually gave Antigua their freedom back. They said you can be independent, and they rebelled to get them to come back and colonize them. They wanted the British to come back because they didn't know how to cultivate the land. They didn't know how to manage an economy. They didn't know how to be self-sufficient. If these folks in the Caribbean were the true indigenous people since the first wave of colonization, they would know how to make it all right on their indigenous homeland. But they're foreigners to the land.
That's a great point too, and stuff, right? Because that's kind of like reminds me, the Dominican Republic was the same way.
Yeah.
And so, like when they got liberated from like Spain or whatever and stuff, right? There was like a certain like time period or whatever that like the Dominican Republic asked Spain to come back and stuff, because like they wanted to be a part of, I think like Spain or whatever, even though that like the Spaniards were really treating them like crap or like whatever. And the Haitians had to literally come back in again and help them be liberated and stuff from like Spain. So like when you were talking about like Antigua, that kind of just like reminded me of the Dominican Republic and how they asked literally Spain to come back.
And what you're talking about is 1861. In 1861, the Dominican Republic returned to Spanish rule after President Pedro Santana asked Spain to annex the country.
Exactly.
These folks begged for the Europeans to come back.
Yep. And also and stuff, like a point I wanted to, kind of just address like earlier, like what you say, right? Where like the indigenous tribes were like warlike and they like, like rebelled and stuff. That is even like very much like true today. Like,
yeah,
we really put the difference between Black Americans and the Africans that come over here.
That's why we let so many African migrants come over. The U.S. government likes that because these Africans are so servitile. They join the armed forces. They follow directions. They don't rebel against the system. And they come over here talking about you Black Americans are just lazy and you're crying about racism, not understanding that they are basically following the program of our colonizer, because our colonizer would love for our demographic to get more and more infiltrated and eventually replaced by these African migrants. Most people don't know this alarming statistic right here. Did you know that in the 80s and the 90s, more Africans freely migrated into the United States than the entire amount of all Africans trafficked during the entire transatlantic slave trade to all of the Americas?
Oh yeah. So I think I literally heard that in like one of your live streams the other day. Because you were talking about that and all that. And then also, right, like here's actually kind of like a crazy thought or a crazy theory and stuff, right, about the 80s and the 90s, because I'm actually glad you kind of brought that up. Like I seen a comment, right, on like Instagram that kind of put out this theory, right? Like, I don't know how true this theory is or not, but the theory was basically that around the time of the 80s and 90s, right, the rise of like the violence and stuff, like in like gangster rap culture and all that,
and the scamming in Atlanta. Guys, I put up a chart. I say, you know what, Atlanta, that's my ancestral homeland, but really I kind of think of it with a sour taste in my mouth because it has this weird scamming, scheming culture. But I looked and I researched, and the rise in crime and scamming in Atlanta coincides the wave of African migrants coming into Atlanta. Just like how them Sudanese folks get Minnesota and they perpetrate the biggest COVID fraud in the world when they finally get a hold of some power in Minnesota, right, guys? I mean, come on.
Exactly. Like that's what I was getting to, because like that's what the comment was actually like stating, that around the time of the 80s and 90s, where there was a rise in violent crime and stuff, right? That there's this thing where it's like, since technically a lot of Africans were coming here in the 80s and 90s, what if that rise in violent crime was because of them?
Absolutely.
And they just basically lumped that in,
just like it is to this day. Just like it is to this day. In the 80s and the 90s, crack era and stuff, most of these motherfuckers were African migrants. And today, look at the East Coast and all the drill rappers and all the drill gangsters. These are African migrants.
Right.
That's why it's so easy for them to go take New York drill and then make UK drill, because it's the same demographic. These are African migrants. These are just African migrants that fled to London versus the African migrants that fled to New York.
Yeah, and like that's what I noticed as well. Like a lot of these like Africans and Caribbeans, they seem to really just, and I'm talking about the people with the likes of like Carson Adams and them, and what's that other streamer's name? I think so. They call him like agent or whatever.
Yep.
They for real, right? Were literally cosplaying Black American culture, but then in the same breath they'll say
a lot of people didn't even know that they weren't Black Americans until over time they discover, wait a minute, these guys are immigrants. All of these guys, the whole AMP squad, all of them,
Now, the Mexicans, right? Especially the Mexicans.
Oh, I think I just lost. Coming through. I think I may have accidentally hung up on that last caller. Let me see if I can fix that. I think that was the 217 number. Let me see if we can get him back on the line. Here he is. From. Hey, brother. Sorry about that. I clicked the wrong button.
No, you got. I was just saying, right? I was going to go off into
voice message system too.
Like even like the Mexicans, right? They're like a very, very interesting group of people, because like I see and stuff, the kind of stuff that they be saying, right? Because like 1 minute and stuff they'll be cool with Black Americans, but then another moment they're like flipping, right?
Yeah.
Basically kind of doing like a code switch and all that.
They are expert code switchers. When they live in our neighborhoods, they want to be down with the get down and think that they get a nigga pass and stuff. But as soon as they get on the world stage, they all go, oh no, you know, nah, those blacks, and the hip hop's not their culture. We had something to do with that. Like,
yeah, like and it's just the crazy part of that is that like they really like to hide like their
European heritage.
Part. Yeah, and so like the European heritage, but like they like to hide and stuff like the Afro part of the population. To like be exact, because it was funny because like the person stuff who basically like abolished slavery in 1821 with the liberation of Spain was literally a black Mexican named Vicente Guerrero. You know, and what happened after he abolished slavery? A year later, he was assassinated by the opposition party.
Those descendants of conquistadors.
Yep, and
then they instituted whitening policies like the Major La Raza and the Blanqueamiento. Yep.
Oh, like especially in like Argentina.
And so to this day, me no black, and they got some African grandma in the closet that they hide in.
Right. But yeah, man, like I just wanted to really just like come up. Just kind of just have this conversation. Like this is like my first time calling in, so it's like my first time really just kind of like speaking with you and stuff. Again, like I'm glad and stuff of like the work that you're doing. So like keep up the great work, and yeah, like that's all I have to say.
Yeah, well, thanks for calling in, brother. I appreciate you. Don't hesitate to call in the future.
All right, yes, sir.
All right, peace. Sphinx NYC says, I called, no answer. Damn, Sphinx, I guess you missed the part where I'm literally on a phone call. I mean, I'm just, I'm not trying to be hard on you, but like, hey, Mike, I see you're live on a phone call and I'm trying to call you and you didn't answer. I'm just having a little laugh. I'm just pulling your leg. It's all good. I'll fuck with you, Sphinx. But I did see a couple of people that called. I'm not sure if you were the 212 number or the 217 number. I'll go ahead and try to call the 212 number back first. Let me see who this was.
Hello?
All right, caller, you're live. Let us know where you're calling in from and what's on your mind.
Sorry. Hey, how you doing? You hear me?
Yep, loud and clear.
Hey, what's going on, man? Yo, I love your show. I have some intricate information that I never heard you cover yet, so I would like to ask your viewpoint on it. Is that possible?
Yeah, go for it. I'm all ears. Oh, wait, hold on. Right. You got to mute the video playing on YouTube, though, so that there isn't an echo.
Oh, okay. Oh, is it still there?
No, it's fine now.
All right. So, my cousin told me that I'm from a group called Americans without the A, just Americans. Have you ever heard of Americans?
Nope. Is that supposed to be an indigenous tribe, or is that like a modern group?
And that's what I'm trying to figure out. So what I was told, and if it put together to make sense, then it does. If not, then it doesn't. But he said, we came from Americans. Americans fought against, well, the British made a deal with some people in Virginia, which is my people's, to fight against America. And then if they won or if they didn't win, they was going to give them land in Trinidad. So what they did is they fought against America, and they're from Virginia, and they're called Americans, and then they went to Trinidad, and it was 5 battalions, and these battalions had different last names. One of them is my grandmother's last name, and they helped build roads in Trinidad and helped free slaves in Trinidad. And they're still there. The roads are still there, because when I used to go to Trinidad, they used to say the American military built the road, and I found that weird. I'm like, when was America in Trinidad to be building roads? But turns out it was the Americans. So I wanted to know if you knew of any of this, because you seem super knowledgeable about it.
Yeah, so I've just never heard them be referred to as the Americans. Maybe that's something that the local population of Trinidad and Tobago had called them. But in
Right,
my research, what they would be referred to, if anybody wants to look up this demographic, is they would be referred to as British loyalist. There was melanated people, black indigenous people as well, who sided with the British during the American Revolution. And when the British lost, they were given safe passage to other British colonies. Matter of fact, I have a book on my bookshelf. This book is written by a professor and author who did her family's genealogy and found exactly that in her family tree. She found that she has one side of her family that fought for the rebels during the Revolutionary War, one that fought
right,
for the British. And the ones that fought for the British, when the British lost, oftentimes they set up black communities in Canada or in other British colonies across the Americas. But this book is a good read. This is called Revolutionary Blacks Discovering the Frank Brothers, Free-Born Men of Color, Soldiers of Independence. And this talks about those British loyalists who were siding with the British. And a lot of indigenous communities in North America sided with the British because they were our trade partners. The British weren't the ones removing the Indians and Trail of Tears and smallpox blankets. That's the descendants of the British who would branch off and become the Americans. The British had treaties with us. The British even kept their colonial subjects in place. They issued something in the 1700s called the Colonization Proclamation, where they outlawed their colonists from leaving the colony because they would try to leave the colony and encroach on the indigenous lands and cause issues and stuff. That's why Bacon's Rebellion was fought in 1776, because a rich plantation owner named Nathaniel Bacon wanted to expand the colony of Virginia and seize neighboring Indian lands. And he goes to Governor Berkeley, the British governor of Virginia, and he's like, yo, let's take over some of these Indians' lands. And the governor's like, yo, you tripping. We got treaties with the Indians. We're friends with the Indians. We're supposed to be trading
right.
furs and stuff with the Indians. We're outnumbered by the Indians. So you got to understand that the reason why so many tribes sided with the British was because, and the British were manipulating a little bit, but the British kept it a buck and told us, hey, you side with us. And guess what? We've been doing trade. We have a few colonial outposts that are trading posts where we ship goods out to our country. But these Americans, these rebels, they want to stay here for good. They want to turn this into a new country. They want to take all your land. And that's exactly what happened. The American Revolution ends, what, 1780s, 1790s? They start pushing into the Southeast, removing Indians in the 1830s. They would have never been able to do that if they were still British subjects.
Right. So forgive my ignorance, but I'm trying to wrap my head around it. So the people that sided that took the offers from the British to fight against America they were native tribes?
We got to realize that North America received less than 4% of all Africans trafficked during the transatlantic slave trade, while it's on record that there's over 300,000 European slaves shipped in as prisoners, debtors, et cetera, et cetera. So yes, there were melanated indigenous people who sided with the British. There was also few and far in between some African slaves who also sided with the British because, I mean, think about it. If you're not Black indigenous, let's say you're Black African or something, the British are promising freedom. The British are talking about ending slavery, right? But we all know that the only reason, and the only reason that the British really ended slavery was because they had already ran the slave trade for so long, it wasn't profitable anymore. There was a lot of colonies rebelling. They knew that there was, they had to update the system. So that's why the British stopped trading slaves and they patrolled the waters to make sure people didn't trade slaves. It's not because they woke up and got a conscience, okay? It's not because of that at all.
No, I get it. And understand the reason why I'm digging into the information because I'm trying to figure out, all right, well, is my people's native or what's going on? But from what my cousin told me, and my cousin's like a historian in Trinidad. He's hard to get in contact with. But he told me, he was like, y'all are Americans, so y'all came here around 1812. Well, after the War of 1812, and they got the lands and they helped free some slaves in Trinidad. And they help build some roads because if you go right now to Trinidad, they still have the roads, which I thought was amazing. So, and everybody calls it the military road, but they said it's American military. But when my cousin told me, I was like, oh, I didn't know. I thought it was like white people. I didn't know it was Black people military. You know what I'm saying? So, So I'm just trying to find where my peoples come from. We have a couple of last names, you know, but you can tell the slaves' last names is Thomas, Francis, and Dixon. So I've been trying to like Google to see if any one of those is on the scrolls, like you said. I heard you tell people to go look at these scrolls and stuff. I haven't been able to, you know, get any of them, but I was trying to see what my people's part they played in all of this.
Yeah, and what you're realizing is that there was a lot of cross migration across the Americas. You've got indigenous tribes in the Carolinas who lose battles with the European settlers and they get trafficked as slaves to the Caribbean. You get some
Right.
tribes on the East Coast who get kidnapped and trafficked to Europe. You get some free Black indigenous people who get hoodwinked and convinced to go colonize Liberia. You've got the trans-American slave trade that predates the African slave trade, where indigenous slaves were being taken from one colony to the next colony, et cetera, et cetera. You even have free Black Americans Black indigenous people who go from Florida fighting with the Seminoles and stuff down to Mexico and get hired by the Mexican government to be border patrol. And then they actually have Native Black American villages to this day in Mexico from those Seminole soldiers who came and had children and became prominent figures there. So, I mean, there's a lot of migration across the Americas, but that's why genealogy research is so important, because just like you're finding, you have people who could have sided with the British during the War of 1812, and now they find their way over to Trinidad or Antigua or someplace else, right? And in that same vein, we've got some people, not me personally, but we've got some members of our community whose ancestors fought in the Revolutionary War for the British, and after the British lost, they went to Canada. And there's actually big Native Black American communities in Canada to this day that most people don't know about.
Oh, I knew about that because, like, you know, being Black, going to Canada and finding the Black people, I've heard the stories of it. But I'm just trying to get closer to trying to find our my history, and I appreciate you giving me the information. I still got a big deep dive to do, but the tribe that well, it's not a tribe because they had 5 different battalions, and they still in Trinidad, actually, the battalions, whatever. But and they came from Virginia, and I didn't know Virginia was that big. You know what I'm saying? I know there's, you know, Virginia and then West Virginia. I didn't know around that time Virginia damn near
Virginia was like all the way out. Yeah.
Oh yeah. I didn't know. My mind was, you know what I'm saying? My cousin was talking to me and I was like, what?
Hey, it's just like Florida. Florida wasn't the state of Florida. When it was Spanish territory, it was called La Florida, and it went all the way from the Florida Peninsula to Louisiana.
Wow. See, I didn't know that. I didn't know that either. So
Carolinas.
it's so
before
much,
the Carolinas
so
became
much
North and South, it was one big old piece of land called the Carolinas. Yeah. There's a lot of history there.
Yeah, man. Man, there's so much information, bro. Like, you know, I'm with it though. Like, you know what I'm saying? Because I know the stuff that they teach us and don't teach us is not to be even taken serious. So I'm glad there's people like you that's out there to at least spread the knowledge enough to where people could at least grab a hold of their heritage, their actual heritage. I'm just trying to figure out if my people's is native or not. So I'm gonna call you again to try to do my genealogy on another day, and I don't know what would I need, like last names and stuff like that.
No. So if you need assistance with genealogy research, you would just go to my website, nativeblackancestry.com. I give you access to my calendar and everything. You can pick a day and time that works for you. And during the one-on-one consultation, I'll teach you the 3-step process that me and my family used to trace our heritage and get tribal citizenship with the Muskogee Creek Nation a few years back. Now, in order to sit down with me for that virtual consultation, you don't have to have any last names. Yeah, you don't have to have any research done. You know, it's designed to meet people where they're at in the process. So I've got some people who consult with me, and they've been doing genealogy research for 10 years. I got some people who consult with me, and they haven't even attempted a family tree. And, you know, a lot of folks at various stages in between. So yeah, it's all about just finding the time for you that works best. There's also a couple different types of consultations you can book. You've got a standard consultation. You've got a recorded consultation, which is for people who want to be able to absorb the information on the call and not worry about taking notes. I'll send them a copy of it so they can share it with their family and friends. And then there's also another add-on where you can get an Indigenous history lesson where I actually teach you a lot of historical context from pre-colonialism to present day, so that we really start connecting the dots. But yeah, as far as the live streams and the call-in number, that's just for people who want to debate me or have general surface levels about research or American Indian history, whereas the one-on-one genealogy consultations is where we get a lot more in depth. I share my screen, I show you how to go to the archives, how to go to the rolls, how to trace your family's heritage, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah, the people that call you up, because I've been watching you for probably about a good week or two, and I be screaming at the screen like, y'all are so stupid. Like they'll say stuff like the girl who called about the who said she had a problem. Like first she said she had a problem, and then when you asked her, now she don't have a problem. But when you dig furthermore, she do have a problem, and then, it's just like listening to these people. I'm like, people don't listen and absorb information, and people ain't really real with themselves. Just say you got a problem with a black person saying that they're indigenous because you think everybody look like, something that you saw on TV. And that was a lie, and you could tell it's a lie because even if you're not looking at just our TV, every time they show you Dominicans, they're white. Every time they show you Puerto Ricans, they're white. Until you go to Puerto Rico and you see all these dark-skinned people that's been there.
I went to Puerto Rico last year for the first time. They were speaking Spanish to me. They thought I was Puerto Rican. I had to tell them, no, I'm from the Southeastern tribes. I'm not from you.
Right, but if you look at the television shows and the televisions and all this type of stuff like that,
white ones.
They're not, and that's the same thing. Even they do it in China, they do it in India.
Mm-hmm.
There's an anti-black, sentiment around the world because of America propaganda. So
it wasn't until I was an adult, I'm not too embarrassed to admit, I'll admit it. It was like 3-4 years ago when I finally realized, because I had never traveled to the Caribbean. A few years back, I realized that Haiti and the DR are the same island.
Yes.
They make us think that Haiti is like its own other place, and like the DR. No, it's the same island. It's just the white side and the black side.
Right. And it's so crazy because I just came from down there, and they celebrated DR celebrated the Independence Day, and a lot of the Spanish people from DR are mad at it also because they're literally celebrating independence from Haiti, but the Haiti was the one that freed them, so it makes no sense. You know what I'm saying? They wasn't under, Haiti didn't conquer them or nothing like that. Haiti just basically a system, but I guess they wanted their own autonomy in a sense, and get rid of the black people basically. And so they got an Independence Day from Haiti on the same island. It's absolute madness when you're looking at this stuff, man, bro. I just want to find out where my peoples is really, really from, and I'm glad that you have the information. I've been watching your lives. I think you're dope. I see people calling it and set themselves up for failure in the conversation. And I'm like, they must not know or even watch a show of yours. And if they did, they're dumb as hell. Because why would you watch him spew all this information and think you're gonna go up on there and pussyfoot with your comments and not answer questions and and just be disingenuous on the call? Like it's so horrible. But your clapback is real. Your clapback is real, bro.
Hey, somebody got to stand on Lineage, and I really just call myself putting on a master class because the only reason why I even interact with these people is to highlight their ignorance, show you how foreigners seem to have some weird vested interest in trying to dictate heritage to us, and then at the same time, I entertain you and give you ammunition, so when you're ever engaged in these debates, you already know what's up. You already know what sources to cite.
Right. I do a deconstruction live on TikTok, and it's the same type of thing. You could read the one that cracked me up the most is when you read the Foundational Black website, and they were still mad at you like it was like your opinion, and it's like, and I'm screaming at the screen. I know nobody can hear me, but I'm like, he literally just read the shit. You're arguing him like he read it wrong or he's illiterate or something. I'm like, yo, illiteracy is really bad. I was screaming at the screen when I saw that shit. I was like, no way you're still coming at him in that manner. And he read the website. He didn't even venture off or said it some way different. He read exactly what it said, and it's African, bro. So
Not only that,
I
I
don't know what
shared
to
my
tell you.
screen so people could read it along with me.
Right.
Don't call my
Right.
show trying to mix the dope. Don't come up here trying to act like FBA movement is a Black Indigenous movement. It's not. They think their folks come from African slaves shipped here in the 1500s. But the average
Right.
FBA don't know that. I got FBAs email me every day talking about, damn, Mike, thanks for educating me. I didn't even know we had an FBA website.
Right, and that was that bust my head. I'm from New York City, so like we're the culture wise, we have a lot of culture in New York, and we have every culture. It's not even the blacks. It's not even the same type. We got London blacks, West Indian blacks. You know what I'm saying? African blacks, Canadian. Like we have so much mixed. So I'm accustomed to being around multicultural people. So unfortunately, a lot of the foundational Black people try to suck me in, and I'm just like, bro, I'm not doing the foundational Blacks with y'all, because even though I definitely know for a fact we've been here before everybody else, you know what I'm saying? It's something wrong with the way y'all approaching it. You know what I'm saying? And on top of that, let's buy a house together, because I don't really want to be arguing with y'all all the time. Like, are we trying to do something, or are we just going to complain?
They just argue with Africans all day. It's just
like I'm not about to do that, bro. I want to do something. You want to buy some land? Like I want to hear that type of talk. I don't want to hear arguments. For real. Like, information is great, but it's like, all right, once you get the information, now what?
Well, and also the FBA information is so limited. They talk about reparations once in a while. They talk about delineation. They mention the buzzword ethnogenesis, but other than ethnogenesis, delineation, reparations, other than those three buzzwords that get kicked around, I mean, there's no mission, no manifesto, no. Oh wait, Tariq Nasheed raised $60,000 in donations for them to have a reparations block party last year in DC. So I guess that counts or something. I mean, I don't know.
Tell me if I'm wrong, right? Well, first of all, I don't even want to do the reparation thing, because let's keep it a buck. They're not giving us reparations. So we can get that out the way. I don't want to fight for things that's not attainable. But what is attainable is us working together. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you, like, I don't know you, I've seen you on the internet, but if you wanted to get together with me and buy land, buy a house, or do something business-wise, we could do that more with each other. That makes more sense. That's easier to obtain. I don't want to have conversation about unobtainable shit.
Well, see, and the only reason why reparations seems unattainable is because, for one, no one's actually even properly advocating for it. We've had multiple Pan-African movements and organizations that have siphoned millions of dollars out of our community, yet no one's ever put together some funds to lobby Congress. That's right. like politics 101. That's like the kindergarten level politics. So, I mean, it goes to show that we've never even, I mean, the closest thing that we've had to some real activism died with Malcolm and Martin, and then got replaced by Boulay. So, and then on top of it, you got to realize when we talk about reparations, that's not going to come until, and I hate to even use the word status correction, because the Moors and the sovereign citizens have just ruined that. But unless our identity, our genealogy, our status is corrected as Indigenous Americans, then why would you want cash reparations for slavery? You do your genealogy and you find that your ancestors weren't even enslaved in America. They're listed as free people of color in the Carolinas. They listed as free people of color in Louisiana. They listed as free people of color in the Virginia. Does that mean that you shouldn't get reparations? Well, now you're disqualified for reparations for slavery. But wait, your ancestors weren't enslaved, but they sure did live through lynchings and massacres and Jim Crow and segregation and redlining. So like reparations for slavery, that's not enough of a catch-all. Not all of our ancestors were enslaved, but all of our ancestors were racially reclassified, made victims of paper genocide, some enslaved, some displaced, genocided, Jim Crow, redlined, segregated. So I don't want no reparations for slavery. I want a rectification for the land theft, the wealth that's been siphoned out of our community through the crops, the agriculture, the medicine. The list goes on and on and on. I'm terrified that one day I'm going to wake up and the news is going to say we're giving $10,000 cash payments to descendants of slaves. That's a cop out. That's like
that'd be a cop out.
That's like when you're driving in your Tesla and it malfunctions and blows up, and you got $100 million settlement, but Tesla's like, here, we'll give you this $50,000 if you just drop the case and sign this NDA. Like reparations for slavery. I want a rectification, not reparations. Reparations is part of rectification, but where people get it twisted is they think reparations is the whole thing. No, that's just one little slice.
Right, but and then on top of that, we ourselves have some band-aids to apply. For instance, you have the Black Panther movement. I'm not talking about the ideology. I'm talking about the stuff that they did as far as like taking care of the community. Yep. Right now, we have churches and stuff like that that's earning enough money to help us in a way better way than buying Creflo Dollar airplane or some shit. Like, we have money in our community which we could partially try to repair ourselves, and we have the Black Panther movement that actually did it, and they did a great job until
CIA, gun control laws get changed, et cetera, et cetera. Yeah,
right. But we could do this now. A lot of us, not all of us, make decent enough money. If you could run down to the church and give them your tithes, and you could buy your pastor a Benz, we could definitely buy some buildings and offer ourselves cheaper housing. Yeah, you understand? I'm talking about grassroots stuff. I'm not talking about whatever we're gonna get from the government. That's another fight. Yeah. But if we don't learn how to work with each other ourselves, you know what I'm saying? We're fighting things that we may not see in our lifetime.
Absolutely, I feel you 100%.
Look, I bought 4 houses in my lifetime. I've never bought a house by myself. I put money together with my friends, and we saved up for years, and we put money together, and we helped each other, and we gave each other cheaper living costs by doing so. There's a lot of things that we could do ourselves. You know what I'm saying? And if we're not doing those things, then even if we win a reparation, we don't have a structure to put the money to. It's just gonna go right back to them.
Well, see, at the end of the day, it's going to go right back to them because we still pay taxes to our colonial overlords. But, I more so focus on the rectification as a whole. I focus on the indigenous education, because once we realize our shared history, how deeply connected our community really is, then we can rebuild that community and we can collectivize, as you're talking about. But the biggest okie doke they gave us was desegregation. A lot of us didn't even want desegregation. We wanted what they promised in the beginning, separate but equal. But they said, instead of making you equal opportunity, we're going to integrate you into our society. So now you're under us and you rely on us for jobs and for education. And now we're going to teach your children all this twisted version of history. So, the real okie doke that most people don't realize is probably in more recent years, desegregation. And before that would be emancipation, because ain't nobody got emancipated from nothing. That was a total farce. The Union was not some benevolent force that came to town and freed the slaves. It was all a lie. Right.
Well, my purpose for this call, and I'm glad I called, because I feel like I feel more enlightened, right? But my purpose is like, on my mother's side is the Americans, right? So if I find out that I'm a part of any tribe or anything like that, then I'm looking to work with a new group of people that want to actually do things. I have resources myself. I'm an artist. I make I make money through art and content creation and stuff like that, whatever. And like I said, I've never bought a house by myself. So I wouldn't mind hooking up with a group of people that want to, get money together and do something for the greater good of more people, as opposed to just individualism type of stuff. Because I'm kind of against that, because I've seen it. I'm old enough to see it, and I've done enough movements to see that doing things by yourself, it's not worth it.
I feel you. Takes a village. Takes a community.
Right. So if I could find my community, if this is me, if this is my stuff, and I find out that this is where my peoples came from, and the Americans, like they say, from Virginia, are indigenous, and I can figure out what tribe, if there's a tribe that they're from, and I could find my information, I'm gonna, you already see the type of time that I'm on. I'm gonna do whatever I need to do to get whatever community I'm supposed to be with, get together, and let's just make something happen. And we could fight for all the other stuff, but there's a lot of things we could do right now by ourselves. So that's my aim and goal.
Absolutely. And I see people in the chat asking about the Union. just go ahead and call in. After this caller, I'm going to wrap up this broadcast unless there's some more people who want to call in. But yeah, I can break down the whole scheme of emancipation if you want me to. I can demystify this whole bullshit angelic version of the Union coming and freeing people if you want me to. We can talk about the New York draft riots, the Sand Creek Massacre, the Ebenezer Creek Massacre. We can talk about all the blood, all the Black indigenous blood that the Union got on their hands, but they're supposed to be some great emancipators. Come on. Y'all don't know that there was plantation slaves afraid of the Union, scared of the Union. The Union's coming down. Oh, no. I mean, come on. Hey, history's way stranger than fiction.
Nah, definitely. Well, I'm gonna hop off here, but bro, I support you, my guy. I will give a call and try to figure out my situation, whether or not that is my my history or whatever. Still get my support. I love what you're doing and stuff like that. I'm gonna just get on here just to hear some of your clapbacks because I'll be on the sideline rolling, bro.
Hey.
You know what I'm saying? And they don't, and like they really don't be ready. My thing is like be prepared. Like if I got a chance, see, you never talk to me, but if I got a chance to watch you and see how you carry yourself, I'm not about to call you and make myself look stupid, asking you dumbass questions. I got a chance to watch you first. You didn't see me coming. I saw you coming. So for them to get up on calls and say a whole bunch of stupid stuff and you air them out in the manner that you have been doing it, you know what I'm saying? Shout out to you, my guy, because you're doing some work over here, man. I appreciate it. I love it. And I thank you for having me, my guy.
Yep. Thanks for calling in, brother. Appreciate the support.
Indeed.
Peace. Yeah, Tyrone, Ogun should call in, but I mean, I doubt they will. Ogun rather go back and forth like a keyboard warrior with a female in the chat rather than call in and tell us what pan-goofy rhetoric they have on their mind. But yeah, guys, this is your last chance to call in. Of course, if any of you need personalized guidance with genealogical research, check out the website nativeblack.ancestry.com. I built it out with tons of resources to help you with your journey of discovery. Ogun says, I requested my guy. No, you didn't. I'm looking at my backstage right now. Oh, wait, actually, perhaps you did. The chat was covering my screen. I got 7 people backstage, so maybe you're one of them. Let's see. Lord knows, I didn't even think this stream was going to be this long. We're getting into some good conversations tonight. So we're going to bring people up in order of appearance. We've got Saturn. After Saturn, we've got Ogun. After Ogun, we got Tyrone. And then we're going to go ahead and close it out. Indian Groove says, I actually need help getting unstuck. That's exactly what those consultations are for. Just go to nativeblack.ancestry.com. You can access my calendar, pick a day and time that works for you. And for anyone watching who's interested in booking a genealogy consultation with me, use the coupon code TikTok, one word, all lowercase, and that's going to hook you up with a 20% discount. You know, we going to war with Iran. It's a World War III popping off. You know, we about to have a recession pretty soon, so take advantage of that discount. Saturn, we've got you on the line. Let us know where you're calling in from and what's on your mind.
I'm calling in from Los Angeles. How you doing, Mike?
I'm doing well. How about yourself?
I'm doing all right. I was seen you on YouTube talking about you was going away, and I said, I know Mike ain't going away, bro. This is crazy work, bro. I was almost upset. I said, well, this man probably got a whole life and wife and kids and shit, but you know.
Yeah, no. So a lot of people saw the title of that broadcast, but didn't actually watch the video through. If you actually saw it in its entirety, I was just explaining that I was gonna be taking a step back from doing so many live streams because I was going through, you know, a big move and a transition and whatnot. But I got so many emails. People talk, Mike, don't quit. We need you, Mike. Don't leave us.
For real though, it was on that time.
No, it's all good. I ain't never gonna throw in the towel. Okay, I got many years left in me. I'm only 31 after all.
Okay, I know that's right. Millennial gang, or youth of Gen Z.
Oh no, I'm a millennial.
All right. So this is what I want to come up on here and ask. Well, I want to just piggyback on the reparations thing, because I was thinking that the other day. I'm like, one, I haven't found no bill of sale, none of those like you was a slave type of paperwork, right?
Yep.
And even like the quote unquote slave master that had my same last name and in the same city, I don't know how we know if how you know if you was a slave of them. It don't even say their names on them slave schedules. You get what I'm trying to say? So like having it go back to slavery is like not conducive. Like you said, it needs to be way more specific, way more all types of things. So
oh wait, hold on real quick. Someone says that the audio is out on YouTube. They can't hear you on YouTube. Let me redo my screen share. Let's see. System audio. All right. Say something again real quick. A quick sound check.
Sound check.
All right. Yvette, are you guys able to hear him? Oh no, people are able to hear you on YouTube. Yeah, it's fine. Keep on keeping on. My bad.
Okay, no worries. But yeah, so I that whole, like they're still not understanding the actual, like what actually happened in the quote unquote United States. And so it's just like saying, oh, descendants of slaves. I'll just be like, for who was a slave?
Yeah.
And maybe their families were slaves, but I ain't found nothing. So I think that's very weird. And why on them slave schedules, when they put the slave owner, why they put the slave owner ethnicity black?
Hey.
You see that on there?
There's a lot of indigenous people who had family and friends as slaves to protect them, because if you're my property, you can't get kidnapped by one of these Europeans and shipped to who knows what plantation who's going to treat you who knows what kind of way. There's many different case studies where there was Black indigenous communities who would have their family or their friends listed as their property to protect them. Come on.
Exactly. That's what,
Think about
that's exactly what I was saying. Because I'm looking on the thing and I'm like, why it say Mary J. so-and-so is black? And then she got all these black slaves. Like, that don't make no sense.
Some Black Indians had their children listed as their slaves, because when the colonial government comes through, anybody who's not listed as the property of some landowner, you're up for grabs.
Yeah, you're up for grabs. So when I was looking at that, because I seen one lady, it said it had our same surname where she lived, which was the same place that my ancestors lived, township, whatever. I'm like, and then we didn't show up until the 1870s. Our actual names didn't show up until the 1870s, but she had listed 53 slaves. But yeah, going off of that. The surnames, because I remember when I first got into this, I seen your page and the surnames popped up, and I'm on the list for a lot of those surnames. I was wondering, how do you feel about like these people saying our surname came from the Blackamoors, and then the Moors and the Murs, and then they took over and all that?
Pseudo niggas who learn pseudo science in prison. That's all.
Not in prison, Mike.
I mean, if you're in prison and you're a little bit smart, you either become Nation of Islam or become a Hebrew Moor sovereign citizen or some shit, right? I mean, I've never been in prison. That's just what it seems like.
Oh my God, I'm dying. So, but that's what I'm saying. I'm like, okay, they're saying, the reason why we have European last names is because the Jacobites, and they were sent over here to the Americas,
and the Europeans was really black, and the 13 colonies was really black Europeans, and King James was really black, and you got to overstand Moore's law, maritime law, black law dictionary. This is that pseudo dumb shit on the internet. These are the pretendian identity crisis fools who one weekend they're a Moorish Science Temple member. Next weekend, they're a Hebrew Israelite. Next weekend, they're Pan-African. Next weekend, they're Nation of Islam. Next weekend, they're a Moorish sovereign citizen. I mean, it is what it is. It is what it is. It is what it is.
Okay, because I was like, nah. So can you explain our surnames, the American Indian, our surnames, and how we ended up having quote unquote European surnames?
During the process of forced assimilation, we take on European surnames. It's that simple. Same reason why we all speak English, right? Okay, now as far as how your family got that European surname, that's why you got to do the genealogy. Your family could have been enslaved and was given the surname of a slave master. Your family could have been part of an indigenous clan a praying Indian village, if you will, that's being baptized or Christianized by missionaries, and then they get given a European church surname, right? They could be from free Black Indigenous people who become tributaries of the local colonial government and get colonial protection and are identified as free men or free persons of color, and they choose to adopt a Christianized surname. I mean, there's so many different ways that the cookie could crumble. That's why you got to do the genealogy research.
That makes perfect sense, because yeah, someone said stay away from the Moors because they can confuse you, because it was giving so much confusion.
Moors are literally African conquistadors who helped Spanish conquistadors colonize indigenous groups in the Americas. Like, Moors is not something to be proud of, something to be. The Moors be online talking about, we taught Europeans mathematics and we taught them how to bathe. That's a flex that you taught white folks how to get sophisticated, and then they kicked your ass out of Europe. And then because you wanted to stay in Europe with the white folks, you backdoored us and taught Cristobal Colon and his crew how to get over here because you've traded with us in the past. I mean, Moors, look up Esteban the Moor, African conquistador. But these Black folks identifying as Moors and Moorish, they don't ever talk about the Moors being North African conquistadors.
And that's what I was thinking, because I'm like, are they trying to say that these Black Europeans were indigenous Europeans?
That's where it gets all pseudo.
Like, did they come from Africa? Okay, yeah. So yeah, that just
Africans in Europe, but they don't want to say that. Were there Africans in Europe? Yes. Did some of them have positions of power? Sure. But they be talking about this Black European shit, confusing Black Americans who are on a journey of discovery to think somehow that lineage is tied to us. And like, really, we came here from Europe as Black. It's just some pseudo dumb shit on the internet that gets clicks and views.
Okay, that makes sense, because I'm just like, if you guys are claiming you're these Jacobites or whatever, then you don't have no claim to the land, and that's crazy. And like you said, I want it all. Okay, I don't want no $10,000. I want it all, which is back. I want the power, the money, and the respect. You get what I'm trying to say? I want it to be ran by the people that this land should be ran by. But yeah, okay. So I just want to ask that question, because I was like, this ain't sounding
Hold on real
right.
quick. Are you able to see my screen on TikTok?
No, I just see the regular, the regular screens of.
Do you see the slideshow of pictures?
Yes.
Okay, check this out. Let's see if I can share my screen with you. I just said that there's Black Indigenous people who were free even during the time of slavery, who took on slaves to protect them because they were family or friends. Let's see if I can share some receipts. I have a genealogy client from last year. She hired me to trace her family's genealogy, and I found a great-great-great-grandfather of hers that had a labor contract negotiated post-Civil War by the Freedmen's Bureau. So this lady tells me, oh, Mike, my grandfather was a freedman, so he must have been a slave. I said, wait a minute. And then I show her the 1840 Louisiana census where her grandfather is listed as a free person of color. I show her how he owned plantations, he owned slaves, but I also showed her the documentation where he was buying slaves to give them freedom. And I wonder if, I've got hundreds of genealogy clients, I've got so many documents on my hard drive, but I wonder if I'm able to find that receipt real quick. Hold on. Her ancestor's last name was Grandinego. Let me see if I can find Mr. Grandinego. This man was born in 1770. I mean, if I'm able to show you a receipt like that, that's going to be crazy, ain't it?
Right.
That's going to be wild if you actually saw a document of free person of color in the 1840 census. And yeah, it gets deep. It gets deep.
It does.
Here we go.
Uh-oh, we got it.
We're getting somewhere. Hold on. I already found the census records of him listed as a free person of color prior to the start of the Civil War. But let me see if I can find the slave records. Here we go. Purchase of Henrietta and her 4 children. Oh, Lord, y'all. I'm going to show y'all a hell of a receipt right now. Hold on. Let me just get my ducks in a row. We freestyling, y'all. This is live TV. We live. Okay. I found it. I found it. Let me go ahead and share my screen with you guys. What's going to be the best way for me to share my screen? I think I can just do it like so. Folks on TikTok can now see my screen share. Folks on YouTube cannot see the screen share yet. Hold on. I need to show y'all a different screen on YouTube. Yeah, no, it's all good. I'm gonna it's the YouTube audience I got to get it for now. TikTok's good to go. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Now the folks on YouTube and TikTok can see my screen right now. Check this out. First, we're going to start with the census record. And yes, this Black Indigenous man fought in the War of 1812, just like the last brother that called in and said that he had ancestors who fought in the War of 1812. Yes, there were Black Indigenous people who fought for the British, who fought against the British. But check this out. We're going to start with the 1840 census. Let me see where I put it. I just saw 1830. Oh, no, you know what? I saved it to his profile. That's right. We'll go to facts. And actually, it was 1830. I thought it was 1840. This is Joseph, listed in Louisiana, St. Landry, free colored person, males, 1. Total free colored persons, 3. He lives in a household with 3 free persons of color. This is 1830. I thought slavery was supposed to be going on in 1830 in Louisiana. What? Not only that, let's look at the purchase document. I told you he bought slaves to protect them, to free them. Let's see if I can substantiate that claim I made. We'll go ahead and go to the accept it. And let's go to this document, purchase of Henrietta and her 4 children. Let's do some reading, y'all. Reading is oh so fundamental. I wonder if there's any way I can make this even bigger. Get rid of this little bar on the left. Nah, that's all right. I can't make it bigger. This will have to do. Let me refresh my screen real quick. Zoom in. Here in the year 1839, 1839? 1800, oh no, 33 this says, 1833. And more specifically, this is the 9th of May, 1833. In the year 1833, on the 9th of May, before Jean Baptiste, notary public of the parish of St. Landry, residing in the city of Opelousas, state of Louisiana, in which the presence of witnesses named and signed below was present, Mr. Gerard Eunice, residing in this parish of St. Landry, who informed us today that he turned over, quitclaimed, ceded, and delivered in fact, that by this fact he wished right away and forever in all rightfulness and all use, with all guarantees in fact and in law, to Mr. Joseph Grandingo, residing in this parish of St. Landry, and accepting for himself and for his legitimate heirs a certain mixed blood named Henrietta, about 40 years old, along with her quadroon daughters. Guys, before they even called us mulattoes, they called us quadroons. Look up what a quadroon means. Come on, a quadroon. They've been reclassifying the hell out of indigenous people. Along with her quadroon daughters, Heloise, 9 years old, Hortense, 7 years, Lori, 5 years, and Amy, 2 years. All guaranteed against diseases, vices, and faults. They were the property of the seller, who had bought them from Mr. Louis Lavois, Sr., by an act passed before the Honorable Judge King, an ex officio notary of this parish of St. Landry. Under the date October 1st, 1830, they got a question mark. They don't know the exact date of the 1830s. But under this date, free from all claims, according to the certificate of the conservator on this day and year, this sale was made at the price of $1,350, payable $700 on the account, and another $650 payable at $300 on the 1st of April in the year 1834, and another $300 on the 1st of April, 1835, with interest at 10%. from this day until full payment. In the guarantee of payment of principal and interest, the mixed blood Henriette and her 4 children herewith sold are especially involved, obliged, and mortgaged by an exclusive privilege to those sold. In addition, this sale is made under the following conditions that the buyer obliges himself to pay at his own cost all damages and interests, as well as the closing costs and dismissal of the mortgage pledge. The guarantee will be made by Mr. Gerard Carrier to Mr. Joseph Grandigo. The later obliges himself to complete the formalities required by law and to pass an act of manumission. If you don't know what manumission means, look it up. That's freedom. The later obliges, the later is Mr. Joseph Grandigo. That's my client's ancestor. My client had no idea her 6th great-grandfather in Louisiana was a free person of color buying slaves to protect them until she got with me and I did the research on her behalf. The later obliges himself to complete the formalities required by law and to pass an act of manumission in good and proper form to the said mixed blood Henrietta and her 4 children, Helene, Hortense, Lori, and Amy, with the reservation of the privilege conceded to the sellers. And concerning this last clause, the said Mr. Gerard Carrier gives and concedes to the buyer all the property rights which he might have had over the said mixed blood Henriette and her 4 children sold that he wishes, to whomever it may concern. And these presents his interest Mr. Hubert La Chapelle, residing in the city of Opelousas, who after having heard the reading of the present act and declared to furnish security and responding in the name of Mr. Joseph Grandingo to all the clauses contained in the present act. And then they go on to say that the act was passed in the office on the certain day, on the certain time, etc., etc., etc.
That's amazing.
But people want to get online talking about, oh, but don't you know black people had black slaves? Oh, that's funny because this document mentions manumission. He took out a mortgage on her, paying 10%, got to pay her off over years, pay for her and her 4 children, who they're describing as mixed blood, so that they can get manumitted. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. You know, it's interesting that name you said in there, Levois.
Mm-hmm.
That's
Something like that.
That's my dad, my brother. We got 4 of them in the whole family. They name is that. So that's just interesting to see. And I feel that because when I looked on the 1870 census and I seen that my ancestor was labeled as a blacksmith with $500 worth of his personal estate, I'm like, who was a slave?
Mm-hmm.
How you got $500 of a personal estate into 1870 and you was a blacksmith? That don't sound like no slave.
How does the Freedmen Bank get millions of dollars from recently emancipated people if slaves were making no money?
See, this is what I'm saying.
How did in my research I discovered an enslaved man in the South who leased his skill in town. He formed an agreement with his slave master to where he didn't live on the plantation. He lived in a apartment he rented in town, and he worked and kicked back a little bit of the money to his slave owner. And while he was working in town, he entered a lottery, won the lottery, and used the winnings to buy his freedom from his slave master.
To buy himself out of the contract. So it's like
it's contract. It's like modern employment, low-key.
Everybody was at work. Everyone was at work, and that's what even for my family, like we didn't live on like you went and did a job. You were a blacksmith. You went and did a job, or people came to you to get tools made or whatever you needed to make. It was a job contract, just like y'all go to 9 to 5 every day, and you got to sign a contract at your job, and these are the rules, and this is and you sign for salary. That's the same thing that they were doing, right? So
it's very akin to modern employment. Just imagine if your asshole boss had the right to whip you if he wanted to, right? Sometimes you got an evil boss, sometimes you got a cool boss. I literally have firsthand slave narratives on my website in the archive where some plantation slaves are like, yo, we love being slaves. We want it for nothing. We were fed. We were sheltered. We worked. We made some money on the side. Master gave us some land that we can cultivate on our own, sell those crops in town. And then you have some people who are like, we were beaten and massacred and lynched and all kind of stuff. So it's really subject to the will of the slave master. But this whole adage of all of us just being these meek servile slaves and not doing nothing about it, no, it did not happen like that.
They told it so wrong, but thank you for that. Also, I wanted to just say that I don't know if maybe FBA went through an ethnogenesis, but I know me as an American Indian.
Yeah, no ethnogenesis over here.
I did not go through an ethnogenesis. I hate how they talk about human beings like we're just numbers and we're just what the guy do to make the Powerpuff Girls, put some sugar and spice and everything nice, and then that doesn't make any sense. We still do the same thing that we've always been doing. We have continuity. We didn't become an ethnogenesis. If y'all think that y'all went through an ethnogenesis, cool. But I see only American Indians on my genealogy. I did find an African. I found one, but it wasn't really founding. It was like one of my ancestors born in the late 1700s said her parents were African. Yep. But I don't know. So I didn't find no actual paperwork, but that's what she said.
When we do find an African on our tree, it's very few and far in between. But they want to make it seem like all of our ancestors came from Africa.
And they didn't. I asked 500 people on my thing, and only one lady got an African person on there. It just don't even make any sense.
And for anyone who wants to fact check me, that slave that I'm talking about, who leased out his labor and entered the lottery and used the winnings to buy his freedom. Guys, he went on to lead one of the biggest slave rebellions in the Carolinas. If you want to look him up, his name is Denmark Vesey. DENMARK space VESEY.
We learned about that in school, but
he was born 1767.
Yeah.
He was enslaved. He went to Charleston, South Carolina, which was one of the largest slave ports at the time. In 1799, while still enslaved, Vesey bought a ticket in a Charleston City lottery. How the fuck are slaves able to enter the lottery?
Listen, Mike, please. How are slaves just allowed to do so much stuff?
Huh? He had a wife and kids and shit. I mean, I thought that they was breaking up the families. Like,
that's what I thought too. This is too much.
And check it out. I thought he used all of his lottery winnings to get his freedom. No, I was wrong. Check this out. He won $1,500, which was an enormous amount of money at that time. Hold on, I gotta look that up exactly. $1,500 in 1799.
Yeah.
Hold on. Worth how much today? $1,500 in 1799 is worth $40,000 to $43,000 in today's currency. This slave won 40 racks in the lottery. Damn, some slave he is.
Exactly. And you know what's really interesting? I told you about my grandfather on the 1870 census. Then I found him buying land in 1871 with his son. Mm-hmm. And then I'm looking like all the sons got some land, all the daughters got land. We all living on the same compound.
But if they slaves, how they get all that land 5 years after slavery?
Beats me.
Go on. Hey, check it. He won $1,500, which was an enormous amount of money at that time. At age 32, he used $600 of the winnings to purchase his freedom from his enslaver. He didn't even use the whole thing. He was like, okay, I'm gonna piece this a little bit to you, get my freedom. Come on.
Right, exactly. So that the slave narrative is really, people really got to research it and really understand what happened, because they love to lie, they love to switch things up. But if you have to interpret it and make sense of what's actually going on. Our families were not just assed out wearing rags. And those were our plantations. White people don't know how to do nothing. Africans don't know how to do nothing.
In the 1830s, when they started removing the Indians, them white folks did not chop down no trees and build no plantations. They took our farms and our homesteads and enslaved us in place on them and converted them into plantations. That's what happened.
And those big houses, those were our houses. Those were where we was living and stuff like that. It's just so very interesting, and people need to understand the story that they told y'all was this, we was these lowly slaves and this, that, and the other. No, just like right now, you walk next to a white tea person, they know, and if you look in their eyes, they know who you are,
and
right?
they're terrified. They're terrified that we're gonna wake up and realize who we are.
That's why they grab their purse, and that's why they scurry away, because they know that this is ours. Everything. That's why
they segregated us and redlined us and Jim Crow'd. Oh no, guys! If there's desegregation, then all of our white women are gonna get with black men, and we're gonna genetically get annihilated. I mean, these guys live in fear.
Yes, yeah, that's why they act like that. So
reefer madness. Don't do the reefer because you'll go crazy and your white daughter starts sleeping with black men. And God, the fear mongering tactics. Come on.
They love that fear mongering tactic so much, and we need to get back to where we are governing them, because this is our land and we are the rulers of this land, right? And they're terrified because they know that their time is coming to an end. And I just want to say, just hold on, they're going home. All these immigrants are going home. If you're not an American Indian, if you're not an Indigenous American Indian, you need to go the fuck home.
Hey, why is it that if a cop gets behind us, naturally it's in our DNA to hit that turn, pull into a drive-through, a car wash? So we ain't gonna be driving with that cop behind us. But guess what? If ICE gets behind us, we ain't got no care in the world, do we? We ain't tripping at all. We ain't worried about a damn thing. Come on.
Exactly. And they know. And I must say this and then I'm gonna go. People that are protesting ICE are actually very non-intelligent. ICE is not roaming around the streets. ICE is not like a police officer. You know how like a highway police officer is gonna like be in the cut and watch for people to be speeding. That is not what ICE does. They are tracking people. We as Americans, y'all love a cop show. Y'all love an FBI show. So why is y'all acting like y'all don't know what these people are doing?
They're tracking illegal immigrants, and the ones that they're going after are ones who've been running illegal trades. I saw a video the other day, a Haitian dealer of you-know-what got taken down by ICE. The local police have been watching them for a while. They call ICE to finally get him. I mean, if you want to come to the country, do it legally. I'm supposed to have sympathy for you because you snuck through the border and your parents brought you here when you were 6 and you've been here for 30 years and you never got your paperwork together?
Exactly. Like ICE ain't doing nothing. And it's the people that are protesting and getting in the way that's causing these casualties, right? Because if y'all wasn't getting in the way and being weirdos, they could do their job. Yeah, that's like this the same people, isn't it? Aren't they the same people that got Diddy and all these other like federal aid? Like,
that's
they're doing their job. They're doing their job. They're not doing what the police has done to black Americans. They're not doing that. They're getting people. They get tips. They target people. These people are already in the system. They don't renew their stuff, so they're already in the system.
A lot of them have already got deported previously, and they're back here for a 3rd time, a 4th time.
Right. So it's like this whole thing of people saying like ICE is out over here, like being some vigilante is crazy. ICE is doing their job, and you people are getting in the way of ICE doing their job.
No, and also they're going after immigrants, and the reason why so many people have an issue with that is because they know they're immigrants, or they descend from everybody who's not a native Black American descends from immigrants.
Yep.
Let that sink in. So of course you're going to be trying to ride for your fellow immigrant, and some politician might get up talking about immigrants build America because his great-great-grandparents were immigrants too. I mean, come on, we got immigrants caping for immigrants. It is what it is.
It is. You right.
The police force was created to subjugate the indigenous population. ICE is created to deport the illegal migrants. That's the difference.
Exactly. Well, thank you, Mike, for letting me come up here and chop it up. I'm gonna let somebody else that think they got sense come up on here.
All right. Nice talking to you. Till next time.
Bye-bye.
All right. And Mr. Ogun, I see you're still in the chat. Go ahead and request to join again. You were up next, Mr. Ogun. If you don't request to join, then we'll just go ahead and segue to Tyrone and then close out this row. Oh, no, Mr. Ogun's here. Mr. Ogun, where are you calling in from and what's on your mind?
Calling in from Maryland, but I am a Mississippi original.
Mississippi by way of?
By way of Mississippi with some Louisiana ancestry.
Oh, so your ancestors are indigenous to Louisiana and Mississippi?
Yes, I'm African American, yes.
Well, if you just identified as African American, that means your ancestors came from Africa. They weren't indigenous to Louisiana or Mississippi, right?
If you want to wordplay that way, that's fine. Because that's your belief. That's
whoa, sir. I'm not trying to wordplay a belief. If you identify as an African American, that tells me you believe your people came from Africa at some point. Is that right or wrong?
That is correct. That is correct.
Okay, perfect. So at what era or what time period do you think that your folks came from Africa?
Pretty much they've probably been coming here since the 1526. You know what I'm saying, in some shape, form, or fashion.
Oh, that's interesting.
That time period.
That's the same date from the FBA website, right?
If I remember correctly, from the Gullah Geechee website. So if that's the same thing that you're talking about, the Gullah people themselves, yes.
No, I'm talking about the official FBA.com website. It's even on the FBA flag. They've got the date 1526 because they claim that's when the first African slaves were shipped to the Carolinas and the Georgia coastline by Lucas Allen D'Alon or something. Yeah.
I've never been on the FBA website. I do know on the Gullah website, it does have that as, and even then, I don't think they just claim ancestry for that. I think they're just basically saying that, hey, this is when there was a ship basically that came here.
Okay. So if they're just saying that it's like a ship that came here, how do you know that your ancestors were on that ship?
You know what I'm saying? Because I mean, me believing that I am of African descent, they were ethnically African. You know, so at some point there were plenty of ships that came to the United States. So somebody from Africa came on one of them that I'm a descendant from a couple times.
Interesting. And see, the thing is, I'm not disagreeing with you at all. It's just when someone says to me, my ancestors came from Africa on a ship at some point in time, I just naturally think to myself, who taught you that? Was that like oral tradition passed down in your family? Was that something you learned in school or?
Both actually. Both.
Oh, both. Okay. So what oral tradition was passed down that your ancestors came from Africa?
Well, I mean, stories, you know what I'm saying? Simple, like Briar Rabbit, right? You know, some Brother Rabbit. I got some, again, Louisiana ancestry.
Brother Rabbit?
So, you know, story. Compère Lapin. So Brother Rabbit, yes. That's in Vinny. And you just brought up somebody from Louisiana.
I'm not familiar with that. Is Brother Rabbit somebody on your family tree or?
No. The oral tradition aspect, stories. You know, we definitely know about the Colombian exchange. We know about words and things that we kept, like things of that nature.
Whoa. Columbia exchange is a myth perpetrated by colonizers to make the claim that they somehow exchange some kind of knowledge or information with the Americas, and that's supposed to soften the blow of colonization, this Columbian exchange. It was more like a Columbian extraction, but I'm just confused because when we say oral tradition means like your actual ancestors passing down stories throughout the generations. But when you start talking about a Brother Rabbit, that's like Louisiana Creole folklore, right?
No, that is part of Louisiana Creole folklore, but it's actually a story about Anansi that many African Americans, Black Americans have. If you look
Anansi?
at
are you talking about the spider god Orisha from Africa?
Yeah. There were plenty of stories that had to be changed. Like you do know that had to be changed because native religions couldn't be.
Why did it have to be changed?
Again, you have to change stories. You can't keep your real name. You have to get a Christianized name. These are things that are known. Like,
okay, hold on. Before we get too lost in the weeds, let's just draw a line in the sand and separate and differentiate folklore from oral tradition. Again, when I ask you, do you have oral tradition of having African ancestors? You said yes. Is the answer actually no? You don't have oral tradition? Because if you do have oral tradition, that would be like your mother, your uncle, your grandfather, your great, like somebody in your family passed down.
Them telling me that, yes, your ancestors came from Togo. Your ancestors came from Togo.
So somebody told you your ancestors came from Togo?
Just Africa, man. So hey, you got me on that one, big dog.
Okay. So and then just a moment, we'll get to the other part of your statement, but it sounds like people in your family tree may have just gone with the mainstream narrative that Black Americans primarily descend from West African slaves. So it's not necessarily that it was like a culture or oral tradition passed down. There's no like Ghanaian dish that your great great granny passed down. There's no whispers of being stolen from the Ashanti tribe. It's just something that you guys kind of went with over time, more or less.
I just got to go with that then, man.
Okay, for sure. And then what was the other thing? I asked you about oral tradition, and then there was some other thing you said. Oral tradition. We were talking about the boats.
School. Like you said, where else you learn it? You know, school teaches us that. School teaches Black history.
Gotcha.
That was another aspect.
Yeah. And we do realize that school was orchestrated by our colonizer to make us good worker bees, not really to give us true history, right?
Well, there is some truth in that. It still does not mean that you didn't get some facts. Like if you mix, I don't know, if you mix vinegar and baking soda, you get bubbles. Everything in school wasn't a lie, just even by that example alone.
I mean, school didn't simply tell us chemical reactions of baking soda and vinegar. I mean, they literally indoctrinated us with a false version of history. They had us believing until 2020 that Columbus was a good guy that discovered America. I mean, if we just look at the track record of what school has taught us, it's not looking so good. But yeah, so other than school and like community folklore, is there anything else that makes you think that your folks came from Africa?
Some form of genealogy. That's what a lot of people have done.
Yeah, well, genealogy is paper trail records. So you're saying you found paper trail records that your ancestors came from Africa?
Yes, and I even on Ancestry test, I have African cousins.
Well, before we go to a DNA test, when you say yes that you found paper documents, what paper document did you find that your ancestor came from Africa?
Birth certificates. The Catholic Church is very good with this.
You found a birth certificate that said your ancestor was born in Africa?
Writing. So our ancestor born, baptized. Anyway, so I got a question.
Whoa. Before you get to the question, and don't worry, I'm gonna let you ask me whatever you want. A lot of the audience is confused by your answer. Did you just say that you found a birth certificate that said your ancestor was born in Africa?
When I say birth certificate, I am not talking about modern birth certificates. We do know that birth certificates are not that old. So when we talk about birth certificates, I'm talking about documentation of somebody born, and again through the Catholic Church, through certain lineage, certain lines. That's what I mean by birth certificate, people.
So you're saying that the Colonial Catholic Church recorded a birth of your ancestor and wrote down that they came from Africa?
Yes, I have some documentation that says the ancestor came from Africa. Yes.
And you take that as fact?
You know what? It's like saying that, okay, you just read a story, right? And trust me, I believe your story.
Sir. Again, I'm going to let you speak freely. You can ask me whatever you want. But first, give me a yes or no. Did you take that as fact? What the Catholic Church classified your ancestor as? You took that as fact? You never researched it further? You never looked into it?
Took it as facts.
Okay, and that's your personal choice. The Catholic Church wrote down that one of your ancestors was born in Africa. You never thought to fact check or audit it. You took it as fact. I got it. Well, now go ahead and ask me anything that you want to ask me. The floor is yours.
Copy that. You stated earlier that it took 6 months to make it from Africa?
Six months to a year to travel from Europe to the west coast of Africa, get slaves from the local warlords, and then travel from the west coast of Africa to the Americas. Yes.
So there is a slave ship called the Brooks. Are you familiar with it?
Nope. Enlighten us. Act like I've never heard of it before. Go ahead.
Copy that. Brooks is a slave ship. It was actually an abolitionist actually wrote about it, talking about how the slaves are actually fed on there, how the boat was cleaned itself. But the slave ship itself it took 49 days to make it from Africa to Jamaica. So that right there would be, I'm trying to pull it up right now. But that's just one story. So if I don't know what ship you'll be talking about, but like you said, like come with a ship name or come with some documentation. So the Brooks slave ship, it's spelled with Bookes or Brooks.
I think you didn't understand my statements earlier. Earlier, I clearly stated that it took 6 months to a year for them to go from Europe to West Africa, then get slaves from the local warlords, then come to the Americas. What you're talking about is the second leg of the journey. What you're talking about is they already got the slaves in West Africa, and now they're coming to the Americas. I'm not saying it takes 6 months to a year to travel from the west coast of Africa to the Americas. I'm talking about the entire process. It's recorded that some of these slave traders from Europe had to stay on the west coast for months, participating in local African tribal rituals before they were allowed to purchase slaves from local African warlords and chieftains. I'm talking about the full process, not the actual, time on the boat from West Africa to the Americas. I'm talking about the entire process. But I totally understand. You didn't understand where I was coming from, so you're citing the Brooks and whatnot. Is there any other misconception that you may have had that we should clear up?
What else I'm gonna pull up? So definitely got that, and I definitely was wrong on that one. You said that there were some statements you stated earlier, and again, do you agree that you said people, the Africans sold us, right? And that is very true. African nations did.
No, not sold us. Those that descend from West African slaves.
So
yeah,
okay.
Not all of us descend from West African slaves. Yeah.
Okay. So
and real quick, shout out to Tyrone. Yeah, the Brooks diagram was a fictional diagram by Thomas Clarkson. You're right. As far as the story is not necessarily fictional. Mainstream academics claim that there really was a boat called the Brooks, and they even claim one time they shipped 650 people over. But as far as giving us an actual depiction on where the food and the fresh water was stored, no, that's still up for speculation. Unless our caller has some information on that. Did you ever remember hearing where they stored all the food and water for these hundreds of African captives?
It wasn't food and water. The account that I read was just telling everybody that read it was telling them what they did, of how they brought them up on deck, gave them exercise, gave them food, gave them water. And obviously we can look at just ships around that time period of how they kept food. Obviously we can just look at even European aspects of just how do you keep food, but you can obviously feed people.
Not hundreds of captives. You can't store hundreds of captives on the boat and store hundreds of barrels of fresh water and food. No, actually, during that time, since none of the boats were powered vessels, since they were sail boats going by the ocean's gyres and the wind in their sails, they actually had to stop at different ports quite regularly to resupply. Even by the time we got coal engines, they would have to continuously stop at different ports to re-up on the coal. So to make it seem like folks were sailing straight from West Africa to the Americas with 600 plus slaves and hundreds of barrels of food, and they've got some system where they're bringing the slaves up and giving them some exercise and letting them take a pee and then bringing them back. I mean, it sounds like a good story, but let's actually talk numbers. In this story, do you remember hearing how many European sailors were in charge of the vessel?
Well, even just this is I put up. So one thing that I pulled up, it was like maybe 45 crew members.
45 European crew members.
Yes. I think.
All right. Well, guys, just close your eyes and imagine. They want us to believe that back in 1700s, 40 Europeans forced 650 Africans on a boat, had total control over them, brought them up in regular shifts to give them exercise and stuff. I mean, I just can't see it, but I'm sure you can. 40 people. 40 people.
We do this in correctional facilities all the time.
Yeah. I haven't been in correctional facilities. I'm not sure what you're talking about.
No. I heard you say that earlier, but reality is a few with, especially if the main populace is, chained behind bars, or you want to say it, that usually is less guards than there are prisoners. That's just usually how it goes. So that's very possible to do those things. So I guess I'm just believing. So
hey, I'm not discounting that a few guards can control 2, 3, 5 times more prisoners than there are guards. I'm more so giving pushback on where all this fresh water was stored, where all this food was stored. That's come on, it's not making sense.
Fair enough. I'm pretty sure
now I've seen some narratives where they talk about a merchant vessel outfitted with some chains at the bottom to traffic 20 and some odd Negroes, or 30 or 40. But when we get to these mythical abolitionist tales of 650, and the abolitionist who's never even seen the boat is writing depictions of them stacked like this and stacked like that, you got to realize that's not an unbiased source. They are very biased. They are an abolitionist. They're trying to push for a movement. They're going to promote and oftentimes exaggerate the evils of slavery so that they get more shock and awe, so that they can push forth their agenda. I mean, look up the history of a lot of these abolitionists. Oftentimes their families were literally slaveholders. Daddy's smart, he sees the tides changing, so he raises some of his children to form the abolitionist party. Let's start integrating them into society. Let's start getting them up north, working in factories and stuff. They don't have to just be in plantations, but I digress. The abolitionist party were not necessarily as clean as you would think.
So I guess I gotta ask for, so ships like the Pawns that was, I think, stopped by the USS was it New York, had like the accounts of having over like 900 people on there. You know, like those things right there, like pretty large ships.
What was that name?
I'm not saying the Pawns, if I remember correctly.
Can you spell that?
PONS, the Pawns slave ship. I think it was caught off the coast of maybe Mozambique or something.
And do you know what time period this was?
I definitely want to say late 1800s, late 1700s, early 1800s.
And you're saying that it was stopped
by
I'm
sorry, around 1840 to 1840s. I apologize. 1840s, I remember correct. The Pawns.
And you're talking about the Navy stopping the ship.
Yes. Because at that point it was illegal. So I want to say 1842, 1845.
I got you. And yes, I do remember the story of the Pawns being stopped and them supposed to have slaves on board, but whether their slaves were at the figure of 900, I mean, I haven't seen any documentation on that. If you're saying you have, then you have. But again, 1845 shipping 900 slaves on a boat, that's still not making up for the claim of 100 million Africans being shipped here.
I don't think 100 million Africans were shipped there.
But the same mainstream academia that you follow in the 80s and the 90s said 100 million were shipped over. Now they claim it's 12 million.
I would definitely give you props for saying that updates always happen. And you know what I'm saying? I would definitely, you know what I'm saying? Again,
that's a hell of an update. That's a hell of an 100 million down to 12 million.
Fair enough. But again, you are right. Some things that you definitely said here tonight are right. That there's no contesting those things. But those right there, we do get better as time goes on about finding out information and guesstimations.
And also, furthermore, if I remember with the pawn ship, when the U.S. Navy stopped the boat and freed the slaves, the vast majority of the slaves were sick and dying. So again, that's a perfect example of how if you have slaves in that numbers and that close proximity, most of them are going to be sick and die. So how are we supposed to believe they come over here, need no medical attention, get straight off the boat and start cultivating land they've never seen and growing crops they've never grown before? I mean, it's just not what you would imagine. If the story is true, is that each of these slave ports should have had dozens of hospitals and medical facilities to nurse these slaves back to health and then sell them over to plantations. But we don't have any records of these medical facilities, do we?
You don't, but would it actually matter in those particular cases? The cargo made it to where it was supposed to be, and you know what I'm saying. And sometimes when cargo makes it, it's already insured. It made it to its post. Money is already exchanged. Would it really matter if you lose half? Because again, you know, you can always make up by getting another generation out the half that does make it.
We're not talking about half. On the ponds, they said 80 to 90% of the slaves were sick or dying. A slave master in the South going to the local auction block is inspecting the slave and opening up their mouth and touching on their muzzle. They ain't going to buy some sickly slave that just got off a ship. Are they? Are they going to take out a mortgage on damaged goods like that? I mean,
they're probably going to take time to get them fed up and again showed up and healthy again before they sell them.
Then where were the facilities? Where were the halfway houses for the slaves to come through and get nursed back to health and get some good grub and then go to the auction block? I mean, we don't have it. What we have is myths. What we have is folklore. What we have are pseudo documentaries. Like they did this one about Louisiana. I forget what it was called. I think it's called Uncle Tom's Cabin, something like that. And they got this fake scene where all the slaves come off the boat and they come in an assembly line and they're getting washed and sanitized and put in this bath and cleaned and inspected, and the sick ones get put over here in quarantine. And you watch that movie and you think, oh, okay, this is what happened, until you realize that it was a pseudo documentary snuff film. The whole film's fiction. I'm not sure if you've ever seen the movie called, I think it's called What's Up with Uncle Tom's Cabin, or What's Wrong with Uncle Tom's Cabin, something like that.
No, I've never seen that movie before. But what about the slave auction block in like the old St. Louis Hotel, like New Orleans? Like those places
What about
like that. When they have been places to obviously auction slaves off, but they would have to have some form of holdings nearby. You know, maybe a plantation or two that you.
I'm not doubting that there were slave auction blocks where people were enslaved. I'm doubting whether these people. Hold on. I'm not doubting the holdings or anything you're talking about with the slave auction block. I'm doubting whether these slaves were imported from Africa or whether they come from local tribes of the Americas. I can bring up a firsthand account right now of Black Indians kidnapped and sent to a slave auction block in Shreveport, Louisiana. So it's documented history that there were American Indians reclassified as Negro, taken by slave traders and lumped in together with this African demographic. So, you know, do these folks come from Africa?
Are there also documentations of imported Africans coming to the port of New Orleans also?
Yes, but not at the large numbers that they theorize. Long before there was ever an African slave trade, there was an indigenous slave trade where they were trafficking American Indians across the Americas to Africa and Europe long before the African slave trade even started. So do I think that no Africans ever made their way to Louisiana? No. But do I think the vast majority of those slaves were trafficked from other territories across America? Yes. Because look at their culture. Look at their customs. Look at how they're expert agriculturalists, and they need them to farm the rich land of the Southeast. What school is there that's teaching these Africans how to come over here and be farmers and blacksmiths and engineers? I'll wait.
Wait. So weren't there specific, I want to say I pulled this up the other day, but I definitely get that later on because it's a good point, just in case I'm ever asked the question again. Wasn't there particular tribes that people would go after a certain type, you know what I'm saying, because of whatever there was? Again, the Rice Coast was called the Rice Coast for a reason, right? Because the Africans there were picked because they already knew how to do rice.
Was the main export in the Americas rice or cotton and tobacco?
We have to go at certain points in history then if you want to go on that point. Yes, eventually cotton became king, but it wasn't always king. Tobacco, indigo, things of that nature.
When was rice ever king as far as a crop being exported in the Americas?
Rice was pretty good. Rice was pretty good in the Carolinas at one point. You know what I'm saying?
Rice was one territory of the Carolinas at one point. No. But we got to look at the entirety of the plantations, and most of the plantations are making their money off of cotton, tobacco, and other cash crops.
Eventually, though, because once that part of the colonies opened up, though, it wasn't always the case, though. You know, people had to move into the Mississippi and Louisiana territories. You know what I'm saying?
No, they didn't. It was already occupied. What are we talking about? It's not until they started displacing indigenous community and reclassifying them and enslaving them in place that they then moved in.
Let me be specific.
Do you know how many indigenous people were enslaved in place on their own land? How many plantations were farms and homesteads ran by tribes and local clans? You do realize that the Europeans did not move into the Southeast in the 1830s and start chopping down trees and clearing paths and starting plantations. The land was already there. The farms were already there. Do you know that or not?
Okay. So yeah,
I'm asking you a very specific question. Do you know that? Yes or no?
Yes, there were people like the French have been bringing people in. They have been bringing people in for a while. And yes,
I'm not talking about the French bringing people in. I'm talking about the indigenous people who have farms in the Southeast.
There are definitely settlements in the Southeast. Yes, I agree with you.
And you do understand that those settlements were then taken over by European settlers coming in, and then they converted them to plantations, right?
Eventually, plantations were built on Native American land, yes.
And if the Native Americans had that land and they were farming that land and they were expert agriculturalists and were already killing them and displacing them, then why wouldn't they take some of them as slaves on their own land?
So I'm going to agree with you that there were millions of Native American slaves, right? 2.5 to 5 million, right? I'm going to agree with you on that.
And you also agree that they were reclassified as Negro, colored, mulatto, freedmen, etc. Or is that something you don't know about?
I think that it's not a necessary reclassification in the sense that you all are trying to push it. I think in the sense of these
Sir,
these people
I don't know what you mean by reclassification that we're trying to push it. Are you familiar with the history, or are you not familiar with the documented history of American Indians being reclassified as Negro, colored, mulatto, quadroon, octoroon, freedman, free person of color? Either you know that history or you don't.
You brought that up earlier. I have it. I know it. But you know what?
If you know American Indians were reclassified, if you know that they were reclassified, then why are you acting like they weren't reclassified? Why are you saying things like what you guys supposedly believe? Or I mean, what's going on?
Because that's not my knowledge. Because growing up, what I knew about the mulattoes, quadroons, and things of that nature were people who were, again, I'm not saying throughout the entirety of time, but for the majority of history during that time period, quadroon and mulatto were Black mixed, African mixed with European.
No, and you just admitted that you haven't done the research to even substantiate that claim.
Right.
No, I can pull up fugitive slave ads right now of Indians reclassified as mulatto. A mulatto is not some perfect mix of an African and a European. There were full-blooded indigenous people reclassified as mulatto. It wouldn't by pigmentation. If you were darker skinned, they called you Negro. If you were lighter skinned, they called you mulatto. If you were a converted or assimilated Indian that chose to live on a reservation and bow down, then you could get recognized as an Indian officially on records. I mean, you say you're from Louisiana. Do you know about Naomi Clark?
That sounds from Mississippi, actually.
Oh, I'm sorry. We were talking about Louisiana, so I thought you said you had some roots there. But even so, since you were talking about Louisiana folklore and some rabbits and Anansi and stuff, have you ever heard of, excuse me, her name's Naomi Drake. Have you ever heard of Naomi Drake?
Nope, not off the top of my head right now.
She was the Louisiana Vital Statistics leader. She basically did what Walter Plecker did in Virginia, but she did it to Black indigenous people in Louisiana. She reclassified them. She instituted racial binary laws of white and Black. And guess what? If you weren't white, you were Black, Indians included.
Well, okay. If you don't mind me asking, what years was this? If you don't mind me asking.
She was the registrar from 1949 to 1965.
Wait, I'm sorry. So you're talking about a reclassification that happened after slavery, just like Walter Plecker's thing that happened after slavery. That's what you're using.
I could also give sources of pre-slavery, pre-colonialism.
Yeah.
I could do sources of 1400. I just wrote a whole book that goes through century by century, citing nothing but sources of how they've been racially reclassifying indigenous people. Would you like to take a look at the I forget what they call it exactly. What is it called? It's it's not a syllabus. Help me out, Chad. Help me out. The back of the book where they cite all their sources and they have all their quotes. What do they call it in the back of the book, Chad? Amor says, yeah, appendix. Thank you. I've been live streaming for damn near 3 hours. It's escaping me. The appendix. Would you like to see the appendix of my new book that cites all these sources I'm speaking of?
I wouldn't mind it. But,
okay, cool. I'll pull it up real quick. Give me 2 seconds. Give me 2 seconds to share my screen real quick. Because it seemed like you were trying to discredit the fact that indigenous people were reclassified as Black because I gave an example of them doing it in the 1940s, as if they haven't been doing it since the 1800s and the 1700s and the 1600s and the 1500s and the 1400s. I mean, all right, I'll pull up the sources.
That's not necessarily what I'm trying to do. I guess I'm trying to bust out and say this.
Hold on. It's cool. Before you get to that, I'm just going to cite my sources, okay? I'm just going to cite my sources. I'm going to show you guys exactly where to find them. Here we go.
That is a good point, Amor. I'll check it out. I would also like the name of your book. Actually, I would like to
Reclassified.
Actually,
5 centuries of paper genocide, how race was used to erase Native Black Americans from 1492 to 2025.
thank you very much for that, by the way.
Yep, I'm just going to skip straight to the appendix real quick. I haven't used my own family as an example. I descend from a chief of the Muskogee Creek Nation listed on the Dawes Roll as a full-blooded Indian, but mainstream academics to this day try to allege that he had African heritage. This is paper genocide. It's been going on in all centuries since colonization. But I understand, you're like, oh, you just pulled an example from, 1940s. Well, I'm going to show you earlier ones. We can go all the way back to the appendix. We'll start with the earliest. We'll start with the Spanish conquistadors.
Mm-hmm. But you're also
Here we go.
from Oklahoma, correct?
No, I'm not from Oklahoma. I'm from California.
Oh, from Cali, okay.
This source is listed in Archival General de Indias, known as AGI for short. The name of the document is Relaciones y Descripciones. These are literally letters from Christopher Columbus and his companions back to Spain in 1493. It says, and I quote, "The people of this land are dark, almost the color of the Ethiopians," end quote. And I start with this one not to highlight racial reclassification, but to highlight the fact that they are finding indigenous tribes that they are comparing to Ethiopians because they both have melanin. Now, when we go to the actual racial reclassification, check this out. This is from Franciscan Missionary School Registers in Florida, 1590s. Quote, "The dark ones are Indians of this land. They are not African Negroes, but no distinction is made between them," end quote. So when you tell me that you have documents of Catholics writing down the birth of your ancestor and claiming they come from Africa, well, hey, you see here since the 1500s, religious institutions were lumping up Black indigenous people in the same group as Africans. The dark ones are Indians of this land. They are not African Negroes, but no distinction is made between them. Now we're going to go to the South Carolina records, 1685. This is in the National Archives. Quote, "The Indians taken in war are called Negroes and sold likewise," end quote. Now we got the Goose Creek Plantation Papers from the Charleston District of South Carolina, 1693. Quote, "A great many of these Indian captives are of dark complexion and are accounted Negroes," end quote. Now we've got the Charleston Bay Barbados trade correspondence. We're talking about when they were shipping Black indigenous people from Charleston to Barbados, 1670 to 1679. This is in the British Library West Indies collection. Quote, "They be Indians, but are taken and sold for Negroes by reason of their hue," end quote. Now we've got the South Carolina Governor's Council Journal from 1698. Quote, "Many of the captives brought in are of such blackness that they are more esteemed Negroes than Indians," end quote. Then we get to the South Carolina Council Journal of 1717. Quote, "Some of the Indians are so black as to be taken for Negroes and are so entered in our books." 1700s, they're entering Indians on the colonial books as Negroes. Then we get the Society for the Propagation of the Gospel, missionary journals. Quote, oh, and this is 1720 to 1729. This is in Lambeth Palace Library. Quote, "Among the Creek and Yamasee, there are many Negro Indians, much blacker than the Spanish Indians." 1746, Colonial Census Notes in Virginia. This is in the Library of Virginia. Quote, "The Indians dwelling amongst us, if of dark complexion, are generally set down as Negro or mulatto." So when you make the claim that mulattoes are half Africans, half European, no, the 1746 Colonial Census Note shows that Indians were set down as Negro or mulatto. And we can keep going to more modern times. Let's come to the 1800s. Indian removal, Dawes Roll, the conversion of Indian territory into Oklahoma statehood. We've got from the Bureau of Indian Affairs, from the BIA itself, quote, "Among the Creek, there are many of dark complexion who are taken by the whites to be Negroes." We've got Governor Troop's papers from 1812. He was the governor of Georgia. He was also the cousin to the sellout half-breed Indian that signed away my tribe's land, and he was assassinated for it. Spoiler alert. But this quote says, those of the tribes who dwell near the colored settlements are commonly considered as colored themselves. End quote. Creek Agency instructions from 1833. This is from the Office of Indian Affairs, Southern Superintendency. Quote, some persons living among the Indians are not deemed Indian for their color. We've got the Tennessee Militia Journal of 1835. The Tennessee militia helped force the Indians on the Trail of Tears, and the militia journals write, quote, the darker sort among them we took for Negroes and did not add to the Indian tally. Come on. And this is the last one I'll leave you with, 1840s to 1870s. This is from the Methodist Episcopal Mission Letter Book from 1848. This is in the Western History Manuscript Collection in the University of Missouri. Quote, in the Creek Nation, there are Indians of every condition. Condition means color, basically. In the Creek Nation, there are Indians of every condition, some very dark, and these by outsiders are taken for Africans. End quote. So now that you've been educated with sources showing you how throughout centuries, indigenous people, obviously melanated indigenous people, obviously we're not talking about the Bering Strait Asiatic folks who would get contacted way later, but here we see that these indigenous people are enslaved, are reclassified, are set down as Negro and mulatto. I mean, how can you refute this? I'm sure you'll try, but go ahead.
Yeah, simple. Okay, so let's go with this. Okay, so while I definitely would give you that, hey, it definitely was taken care of. Again, not even dealing with North America, but we know that the Spanish and Portuguese specifically, you know, Nega de Terra, Nega de Guinea, got yada yada yada, and of course this goes on.
You're moving real fast. People in my audience may not be familiar with those terms you're talking about. What is a Negros de Terra?
Negros de Terra are Indians. It's Native Americans.
Well, Negros means black, though, right?
Yes, it does mean black. It does mean black. Yes.
So, what's the translation for Negros de Terras?
Blacks of the earth and blacks of Guinea.
Blacks of this land. That's what it means. It means blacks of this land, and it was a term that they used to separate and differentiate the black indigenous people that they already found here versus the African slaves they would later import. Because as you said earlier, they called the African slaves Negros de Guinea, and they called the black Indians Negros de Terras.
Okay. So this is where like lookership comes into it, because you're definitely right about those sources. You're definitely right about them calling people dark. And again, they're definitely in some parts of the United States, they are very dark. Even the Dene today are dark sometimes. And other Native American tribes, but it's kind of like, yet again, they knew the difference between Africans and Native Americans. And again, we can go with Giovanni Verrazano's account, other people's account. Y'all are still conflating dark with African. You're literally calling it that way when even in 1755, the Portuguese came out with a royal decree separating them to make sure that something like that did not happen, to where no longer can Indians be sold as slaves, because they are not these Africans. They do this in 1755. This is a royal thing. So it's kind of like wow, people were taken advantage of.
Somebody in my chat is asking if you can cite a source.
That would be easy. Give me a second.
Hey, he says it'll be easy. He'll only need a second. And guys, honestly, I'm just confused by where we're taking the conversation, because he's talking about the Spanish, he's talking about the Portuguese. The Spanish and the Portuguese are not accused of committing paper genocide and racial reclassification. We're talking about the British and the descendants of the British who would later form the United States of America. We're talking about our ancestors in the Southeast being reclassified as Negro, colored, mulatto, et cetera, et cetera. And guess what? When they started to outlaw Indian slavery, that amplified the racial reclassification. If a slave trader gets caught with some slaves, and some colonial authority says, yo, what are you doing with these Indian slaves? Oh, the slave trader says, no, you know what? These aren't Indians, they Africans. Come on, what are we talking about? What are we saying? They would literally trade 4 Indian slaves for 1 African slave. Why? Because the Indian slaves were warlike, they were rebellious, they knew the land, they could escape easier, and the Africans were much more docile and servient.
I don't know about docile, but they didn't know the land. I give you that.
They were docile, and there's even colonial records which states that the Africans make good slaves but we have to keep them away from the negros de terras because the blacks of this land teach the Africans rebellion and welcome them into their fortresses in the mountains. There was black indigenous tribes in the Caribbean, Central America, South America, who would form maroon societies, go up in the mountains, go in the swamps, and they would teach the Africans how to rebel, welcome them into their communities, and that's what colonial folks feared, them Africans learning how to get a rebellious spirit.
Weren't there rebellions on slave ships already, even before they made it to the Americas?
You name one.
Like,
you just told me that 900 Africans get shipped over here by 40 Europeans. How'd they get shipped over here? Where was the rebellion?
I said the Brooks. I said the Brooks, and that wasn't the Pines.
Name the rebellion. You just asked me, weren't there slave rebellions before they even got here? Name one.
The easiest one off the top of my head, the Amistad Rebellion.
Can you name any other one other than Amistad? Is that just the only rebellion on a slave ship that you can name?
That's just the more famous one. I think some reports say at least 20%, they were rebellions, at least up to 20% at some point. But again,
these are loose statistics, and you're not even citing a source. Somewhere someone said 20% of slave ships had a rebellion.
You're absolutely right about that. I'm not citing a source. You're absolutely right about that.
I just cited several sources, told you the archives that you can get it from. You glanced over it, and you're like, but wait a minute, I heard from a bird that 20% of the slave ships had rebellions on them.
Obviously, our conversation went into some other aspects. You know what I'm saying? But that, again, like for instance, what I got from you to pull over were resistance and rebellion. Like I said, things I pulled up prior to that was stuff that you were talking about with other people, and I'll just wait my turn.
I was just trying to substantiate my claim that Black indigenous people were racially reclassified, and it seemed like you still weren't in agreement with that.
And you did very well. And I can say this to everybody right now. I do not have anything to go against you with that besides maybe something on the top of my head. I don't have sources right now. I can honestly say that shit. You completely got me on that one. That wasn't in any shape, form, or fashion what I thought was going to happen, or nothing that I pulled up prior to this. You got me on that one. But
see, it's not about me getting you. It's about you. Hold on. It's more so about you hadn't done this type of research before, and now that you have access to the new information, it doesn't seem like that's changing your thought process at all. It seems like you just saw several sources that Black indigenous people were reclassified as Africans, and that just went in one ear and out the other. I brought up Naomi Drake. You said, what date was that? I said 1940s. You was like, oh, that's kind of recent. Do you have any earlier ones? I gave you several, and it doesn't really seem like it's sunk in.
No, you know what? This is what it does. And this is the thing that I take away from things of this nature. You gave me more questions to ask. You shouldn't come on any debate and not try to learn something in some shape, form, or fashion. You gave me plenty of more questions to ask. My knowledge is nowhere near where it needs to be. That's the whole point of me coming up, but that's the one other place.
So if you've been, for lack of better terms, let's say you've been slightly humbled intellectually or whatnot. I mean, I'm not trying to blow it out of proportion. But does that now give you pause when you're trying to promote the fact that, when you're trying to promote the theory that we mostly come from West African slaves, and there's this boat that had 900, and they had food and water on there, trust me, and they was exercising the slaves on the top deck. I mean, do you now maybe rethink some of your previous notions because you have to do further research, or are you still steadfast in your previous beliefs?
I'm still steadfast in my previous beliefs, but what you have given me is, hey, when I do talk, I need to have more knowledge. Simple as that.
And this is just a perfect case study into what we're dealing with, where we have people who get access to new information and still they hold steadfast to propaganda that they've been taught since they were young. I mean, I don't blame you for it. I get it. We all went through the same 12 years of propaganda. We all had to wake up at some point and realize they was lying to us, but you're just not at that stage yet. You saw the Catholic record that said your ancestor was born in Africa. You never questioned it. You never questioned the Catholic Church. You've never questioned whether they would lie about the ancestry of your ancestry or not. You just took it for face value, right?
That's not fair. You can question the Catholic Church. No. In the sense of that's an assumption. I'm sorry, that's based on an assumption. You're assuming that I don't have questions about the Catholic Church, as opposed to this particular aspect about it. Does the Catholic Church, do they serve wine when they do communion? You know what I'm saying? Like that. I may question
I don't know
Catholic
what
Church
you're
for
talking
doing
about
that.
with wine and communion. All I'm talking about is
No,
not
no,
an
no, no,
assumption.
no.
It's
What
not
I
an
meant,
assumption.
no.
I literally asked you earlier. When you saw that Catholic record, did you take it as fact? Did you take it as face value? And you said yes.
Yes,
I'm not trying to
that's
beat
why,
you up for it. I'm not trying to be like,
I
how
got
dare
you. No,
you
no,
not question the guy? I'm not saying
I
that,
got
but
I
you
got you.
admit it out
I
of
got
your
you.
own mouth that you just took it for face value. You ran with it.
Yeah, but here's the thing though. Why would there be? I'm not saying that.
Why would our
Catholic Church
colonizer
does
lie about our ancestry?
No. Yeah, you know what?
Why would they
that's a
rape
great
your
question.
mama, steal your land, kill your
No.
grandpa, but
That's
tell
a
you the
great.
truth about where you come from? Like, come on.
That's a great question. That is a great question.
Wait. Why would they spend so much time and resources to import us from Africa, beat us like Kunta Kinte to get the African out of us, just to turn around and tell us, hey, you all come from Africa? Come on.
So, actually, my question I was trying to ask was right there. They automatically think that everybody POC is lower and inferior to them. We see those on both accounts. They think the African, they think the Native American, right? They obviously do. They put those people in bondage. Like,
No, not all Native Americans. Some, the Plains Indians specifically, form leagues of friendship with the colonial government and work with our opposition. Yeah, some of them were sellouts with European daddies, signing treaties to do what their European daddy wanted them to do. So yeah, it's much more nuanced. Much more nuanced.
Okay, that's fine. Let's say 2 to 5 million. Again, there was again, as you said earlier, and I agreed, there was millions of Native American slaves. So at some point, they do think this, and you see this in racist rhetoric later on. You know what I'm saying? YT people definitely did think people were inferior to them. So
how many Native American slaves did you just say there was?
When those statistics between 2.5 and 5 million.
Okay.
That were actually,
and do you know the current consensus on how many Africans were shipped to North America?
North America specifically, if I remember correctly, on slavevoyages.org, it would be around 388.
And do you know what the total demographic or the average demographic of Black Americans present day is?
Between 45 and 50 million.
And do you know if plantation slaves had a high birth rate or a low birth rate?
I want to say that I think the average at some point may have been like 9.2.
Is that high or is that low?
It's pretty decent. Now, you know what I'm saying? It's pretty decent.
So you think plantation slaves had a pretty decent birth rate?
I'm going to say a little bit better at some points in the sense of, again, we have research that, never mind, because I don't have those right at the top. I don't have those pulled up, so I'm not going to.
So you just kind of feel like they probably had a decent birth rate?
No, not just feel, just even stuff I was recently reading about this because somebody else brought that up. Even though we lost 50% of our, like 50% infant mortality rates. There's some accounts.
50% infant mortality rate. That sounds like a high mortality rate.
That is definitely a very high mortality rate.
So when I ask you if plantation slaves had a high mortality rate or a low mortality rate,
comparatively speaking, I think that's what we have to do because again, we're in the 17th. Let's take this. We're in the 17th.
Just be simple for a moment. You either think they had a low birth rate or a high birth rate. It's simple. Just give us an answer. It's cool.
That's not a high birth rate, low birth rate. Comparatively speaking to, let's say, that would actually be the thing. Comparatively speaking.
Okay, guys. He thinks plantation slaves may have had a high or average birth rate. I get it. Do you know what the mortality rate was?
Again, I even just a homeboy of mine even stated 50%. So
a 50% mortality rate. Okay. So here's the thing. If we actually look at statistics, mainstream academia does not estimate that 388,000 African slaves were shipped to North America. That is the high end of the estimation. That's what we most often see in the publications. But if you actually look into it, that is a huge point of debate within the academic community. The lowest number that they theorize is 90,000 African slaves shipped to North America. The highest number they theorize is 388,000. But even if we play devil's advocate and round up, let's say 400,000 Africans were shipped to North America as slaves. Guess what? Just like you said, we got about 51 million Black Americans present day. It is logistically impossible to have a sample population of 400,000 balloon to over 51 million. It don't matter if it's been 200 years, 400 years, 900 years. That is logistically impossible, especially when they had a high mortality rate and a low birth rate. Men lie, women lie, numbers don't. I've actually reverse engineered this math equation. I reverse engineered it to figure it out, statistically speaking, what would the sample population of African slaves have to be in North America to make up the 51 million Black Americans we have nowadays? And guess what that number is? 4 to 5 million slaves. Mainstream academia doesn't even say 4 to 5 million slaves came to North America, but they admit that there was 4 to 5 million Native American slaves before an African even came over. So let's just take a little trip through critical thought. If we need 4 to 5 million slaves to balloon into this modern Black American population of 51 million, and we know for a fact ain't no 4 or 5 million Africans ever get shipped to North America, but we know for a fact that Black indigenous people were not just enslaved in the Americas, but also reclassified to Negro, mulatto, colored. What are we talking about here? I mean, how much more simply do I have to paint the picture?
So so
yes, Tyrone. First they said 450,000, then they said 388,000, then they said 305,000 were shipped here, then they said 221,000 were shipped here. Now they're saying it's maybe 90,000, and then there was some natural births. Just like they used to say 100 million were shipped to the Americas, and now they say it's only 12. But this is the mainstream academia we're supposed to believe when they're working on behalf of our opposition to keep us from our birthright, which is our land. But I'm sorry, I digress. Go ahead.
No, you're good. So 64 parishes, right? That's the website, right? Don't they even say that they didn't bring that many African slaves there? I think maybe 6,000 or 7,000 through that port. But at some point after slavery is the transatlantic is taken care of, the 64 parishes said that like 124,000 enslaved came through that port alone. Like, even with that, let's say 64 parishes says that in that pulled up, that would already beat that low end of 90,000 just from what's it called, the intra-continental, like 124,000 would already beat that. Like, you know what I mean? And so that's right there would already go over that statistic. You get what I'm saying?
Not at all. I'm not tracking. I don't understand
the
website you just said about the parishes. I don't understand the statistics. You're not giving me a source I can look up. I mean, I'm honestly a little bit lost. I don't know what we're talking about.
I'm sorry, 64 parishes is the website. 64
okay, so you're saying there's a website that claims at a certain point in time 1 million Africans were brought through Louisiana alone?
124,000.
Okay, 124,000.
Yes, and then you just make sure I heard you correctly. Like, even if you say on the low end, with some speculate, you know what I'm saying, with some new information of math, that the low end might be 90,000. But if just through the port of New Orleans, at one point 124,000 people came through, that would be pretty significant, right?
100 and however many thousand people they claim came through. I'm not hearing any substantiated evidence that those people came from Africa. How do we know that these weren't indigenous populations from Central America, from the Caribbean? How do we know that they didn't just pull a slave revolt, burn a plantation in the Caribbean, so that they say, okay, we're going to ship them to Charleston, we're going to ship them to Savannah, Georgia, we're going to ship them to Florida? I mean, am I doubting necessarily that many slaves went through that port? Yeah, I don't believe any of the colonial numbers like that. But what I'm more so doubting is whether or not they came from Africa. Why do we need to go all the way over there to Africa to import people who've never been to this country, don't know the lay of the land, don't know how to cultivate these crops? We don't even know if the people we're buying are farmers. It's not like they were specifically stealing Africans in Africa that were farmers. I mean, what are we talking about here? And we know for a fact we already have dark-skinned people here that are known as expert agriculturalists. Why not just use them? We're already taking their land. We're already killing them. We're already making them move from this area to this area. Why don't we take some of the women and the children and raise them on plantations and maybe have some of them make babies with some European slave masters? But the men, the warriors, we ship them to a different part of the Americas. This is fact. This is an opinion. Look up the Yamasee War of 1715, where Black indigenous Yamasee Indians, after they lost that battle, were shipped to the Caribbean as slaves. Look it up.
No, that's fair. That's fair. That's fair. I just thought that the Yamasee themselves are already mixed with some African slaves.
No, I know the chief of the Yamasee tribe. No, it's a total myth that they've been trying to push back for the longest. No, what they do is they try to Africanize Black Indians. Just like all those sources I showed you, where they're talking about these Indians are dark skinned, we're going to count them as Negroes. These Indians, we're going to set them down as mulattoes. It's called racial reclassification.
Yeah, you definitely keep pushing that, and definitely have a strong belief in that.
It's not a belief, it's documented. What are we talking about? What you're talking about are beliefs, because we haven't seen a source to back it. What I'm talking about is documented. And I'm not just talking Racial Integrity Act of 1924. Look up the Virginia Colonial Law of 1682, where they started lumping Native Americans into the same demographic of Africans after Bacon's Rebellion. This is documented. I can pull up an ex-Indigenous slave interview right now. You can't pull up some interview from an African saying that he got trafficked from Africa and sent to Louisiana, though, right?
Oh, snap. Glad you said that. So let's go to the National Humanities Center Resource Toolbox, Capture in West Africa. That's an article. So they interviewed over 2,300 former slaves were interviewed from the Great Depression by 1930 members of the Federal Writers Project, the New Deal Agency, blase. Obviously, you've heard about them. So they interviewed these people, and they actually once you pull that up, they actually say, "Hey, my mother, my grandmother." Pass the story along. They were captured in Africa. They actually have enslaved. One of those pictures on there is an enslaved men born in Africa, African-born parents named Renty and Facina by the slaveholders photographed in South Carolina in 1850. Literally. So they have pictures. They have.
Sir, you want us to take your word for it?
No. I just told you the site. No, I didn't.
You can share your screen and read us the interview where a plantation slave says their parent came from Africa, because I can share my screen and show an interview of a plantation slave saying that they were stolen from Indian territory. That's how you cite sources. You haven't cited a single source tonight.
No, I'm sorry, you're right.
We don't know you. We don't know your integrity. I know you're saying that they did interviews and 2,300 slaves. And I get that, but you got to show us something. You got to give us something.
I definitely agree with you. You're absolutely right about that. And my apologies for not doing that earlier. You know what I mean? You definitely have been pulling up stuff tonight.
Can you give me a link? Can you give me any website I can go to where I can pull up that interview from a plantation slave saying that their ancestor was who?
nationalhumanitiescenter.org.
HumanityCenter.org. Oh, hold on. I'm gonna share my screen again. I'm gonna make sure everybody can see what I'm talking about. Here we go. Screen share is now in effect. National Humanities Center homepage. Okay, I'm on the homepage. Now where am I going?
Pulled up the .org PDS, freedom text, capture narratives PDF. There's a capture narratives PDF.
Okay, so here I'll just do a Google search for the Humanities Center captured narratives PDF.
Yes.
Capture in West Africa accounts from the narratives. Okay, so which one of these am I supposed to be reading?
I mean, we just down the list. You know what I mean? Like,
okay. No, you said down the list, so I'll start with the first one. Let's see.
Yeah.
We got a picture of this man. It says, one day a big ship stopped off the shore. Capture selections from the narratives of former slaves. Okay, so there's an aggregate amount of slave narratives, and they're selecting these ones because we're focusing on the ones that were sent from West Africa. I get it. The first one is the WPA narratives 1936 to 1938, which is a little wild because when I mentioned Naomi Drake in the 1940s, you was like, oh, that's such a recent source. But now we're going to a narrative from the 1936. Okay. Over 2,300 former slaves were interviewed during the Great Depression of the 1930s by members of the Federal Writers Project, a New Deal agency in the Works Progress Administration. Note, selections from the narratives are presented as transcribed. Black interviewees often refer to themselves with terms that in some cases, I'm very familiar with it. This is the same archive that I pulled the interviews from the Black Indigenous slaves. So yes, I am familiar with this archive. Let's read this first one. My mother was Harriet Davis, and she was born in Virginia. Okay, so his mother's born in Virginia. I don't know who my father was. Okay, my grandmother was captured in Africa when she was a little girl. A big boat was down at the edge of a bay, and the people was all excited about it, and some of the bravest went up pretty close to it. The men on the boat told them to come on board, and they could have the pretty red handkerchiefs, red and blue beads, and big rings. A lot of them went on board, and the ship sailed away with them. My grandmother never saw any of her folks again. Okay, this is raising more questions than answers. Mother's born in Virginia, don't know the father, so we're talking about the mother's mother. Grandmother was captured in Africa. Africa's a continent. That's not a country. That's not a tribe. Captured in Africa as a little girl is extremely vague. And then for them to know that a big boat came down, and this sounds like something that was maybe passed down within the family. I'm not exactly sure how they're coming to this conclusion, but let's keep on reading. My grandmother was, hold on. Let me at least read a couple of these, okay? My grandmother was captured in Africa. Traders came there in a big boat, and they had all sorts of purdy gigas, red handkerchiefs, dress goods, beads, bells, and trinkets in bright colors. They would pull up on the shore and entice the colored folks onto the boat to see the purdy things. Before the darkies realized it, they would be out from shore. That's the way she was captured. 15 to 25 would pay them for the trip, as they all brought good prices. Okay, again, this is raising more questions than answers. First of all, we have damn near an identical story here of red handkerchiefs and goods, but this whole narrative of white men in a boat tricking Africans onto the boat, while that may have happened in some circumstances, that is not how the vast majority of Africans were trafficked to the Americas. They were already captured by local African warlords, and they were waiting in shackles, metaphorically speaking. It was really ropes, but they were waiting for the Europeans to just come window shop and buy them from Africans. So, I mean, even right here, it's talking about 25 slaves on a ship, but you're telling me earlier about boats with 900. So you're telling me 900 Africans come to a ship and see some red handkerchiefs and all get tricked onto the boat? I mean, this really ain't adding up, but I'm going to keep reading so that I get more context. Here's another one. Ma lived to be 103 years old. Pa died in 1905 and was 105 years old. I used to sit on grandma's lap, and she told me about how they used to catch people in Africa. They herded them up like cattle and put them in stalls and brought them on the ship and sold them. She said some of them captured, they left bound till they came back, and sometimes they would never went back to get them. They died. Wait, what? So they leave some Africans on the shore in shackles and leave some of them and don't get. Okay, hold on. Let's keep reading. Brought them on the ship and sold them. She said they captured, they left bound till they came back, and sometimes they never went back to get them. They died. They had room in the stalls on the boat to sit or lie down. They put several together, put the men to themselves and the women to themselves. When they sold grandma and grandpa at a fishing dock in Newport, Virginia, they had their feet bound down and their hands closed up on a platform. They sold grandma's daughter to somebody in Texas. She cried and begged to let them be together. They didn't pay no attention to her. She couldn't talk, but she made them know she didn't want to be parted. 6 years after slavery, they got together. I'm going to keep reading because I want more context, but the immediate red flag that's coming to mind right now is, how do we have oral tradition of ancestors shipped from Africa, yet we can't get any specification as to a tribe, as to a country? It's just Africa. I mean, if as recent as your grandparent was taken from Africa, you don't think they would have the name of that land, the name of that tribe? Why is not a single one of these narratives talking about being captured by another African and then sold to a white man as a slave, when we know that's how the majority of the slaves got here? I'm going to read like 5 more, and I'm going to see if all of these narratives are identical, because so far this all just seems like copy and paste, more or less. Here's another one. My father's name was George and my mother's name was Nellie. My father was born in Africa. Again, no tribe, no country. Him and 2 of his brothers and one sister was stole and brought to Savannah, Georgia, and sold. They was children of a chief of the Kiochi tribe. Oh no, they was children. They meant children. They was children of a chief of a Kiochi tribe. They was stole. They was asked to dance on a ship which the white man had, and my aunt said it was early in the morning when they found they was away from the land, and all they could see was the water all around. Okay, so children of the chief of a tribe go to dance on a white man's ship for their entertainment, and then next thing you know, time has passed and there's water around them and they're heading to America. I mean, y'all, this is some questionable shit. These are some very, very short accounts, and they're all identical in that they're not specific at all about place, country. This is the first one to say tribe. This one at least said the Kiochi tribe, but let's keep on going. My father's name was Eli Jones, and Mammy's name was Jessie. They was captured in Africa and brought to this country whilst they were still young folks. And my father was pretty hard to realize he was a slave because he done what he wanted back in Africa. The fun was on Saturday night when Massa allowed us to dance. There was lots of banjo picking and tin pat beating and dancing, and everybody would talk about when they lived in Africa and done what they wanted. So slaves was on the plantation, sitting around the fire talking about, yeah, remember when we was in Africa and we did what we... Africans didn't even call their country Africa at that time. What are we talking about? My grandma and my grandpa came here on a steamboat. Steamboats were not invented during the peak of the transatlantic slave trade. So wait a minute, a steamboat from Africa? A steamboat? My grandma and my grandpa came here in a steamboat. The man come to Africa and say, man and woman, do you want to look at this bullshit pseudo ass fucking? We're supposed to believe this shit. My grandma and grandpa came here in a steamboat. The men come to Africa and say, man and woman, do you want a job? So they gets on the boat and then he has the vantage. What kind of pseudo ass? Hey, and this is the part where most people leave out. You know, when these white folks working on behalf of the federal government, on behalf of the archives, went around doing these interviews, you know that they were paying folks, right? You know that folks were getting paid to provide these testimonials. Tell me some of these slaves didn't just pull some shit out their ass so they can get some coins from somebody who wanted an interview. A European went on a steamboat to Africa, said, man and woman, do you want a job? Somehow the Africans understood English and got on the boat willingly. And the next thing you know, that the dude had the advantage and now they're slaves in America. Let's keep reading because this is just the most craziest shit ever. I had always been told from the time I was a small child that I was a Negro of African stock. Yeah, your slave master probably told you that on the plantation. You're right. I had always been told from the time I was a small child that I was a Negro of African stock, that it was no grace to be a Negro, and had it not been for the white folks who brought us here from Africa as slaves, we would never have been here and would have been much better off. Plantation slaves with no education, literally repeating propaganda given to them by their slave masters, but we're supposed to treat this as fair. Why are these narratives so fucking short? When I pull up the slave interviews, they're going to be multi-page long accounts. We got barely even a paragraph. My parent came from Africa. There was a red handkerchief. They came from Africa. They was dancing for the white folks on the boat. They came from Africa. The white man in the steamboat said, hey, do you want a job? Oh my God, let's keep reading. Most of the time, there was more than 300 slaves on the plantation. The oldest one come right from Africa. My grandmother was one of them, a savage in Africa. Tell me they're not repeating propaganda from their slave master. My grandma's a savage in Africa, just like Master told me when he was beating my ass. Okay. My grandmother was one of them, a savage in Africa, a slave in America. Mammy told it to me. Over there, all the natives dressed naked and lived on fruits and nuts. Never seen many white men's. One day, a big ship stopped off the shore, and the natives hid in the brush along the beach. Grandmother was there. The shipmen sent a little boat to the shore and scattered bright things and trinkets on the beach. The natives were curious. Grandmother said everybody made a rush for them things soon as the boat left. The trinkets was fewer than the people's. The next day, the white folks scatter some more. Oh, so they throwing out trinkets on the beach like they feeding birds and shit. Okay. There was another scramble. The natives was feeling less scared, and the next day, some of them walked up the gangplank to get things off the plank and off the deck. The deck was covered with things like they found on the beach. 200-300 natives on the ship. When they feel it move, they rush to the side, but the plank was gone, just dropped in the water when the ship moved away. Folks on the beach started crying and shouting. The ones on the boat was wild with fear. Grandmother was one of them who got fooled, and she said the last thing seen of that place was the natives running up and down the beach, waving their arms and shouting like they was mad. The boatmen come up from below where they had been hiding and drive the slaves down in the bottom and keep them quiet with the whips and clubs. The slaves was landed in Charleston. The town folks was mighty mad because the blacks was driven through the streets without any clothes and drove off the boat. And drove off the boatman after the slaves were sold on the market. Most of that load was sold to the Brown plantation in Alabama. Grandmother was one of the bunch. Come on, y'all. I'm going to read one more. My pappy was named Jacob. My mammy went to the name of Jemima. They both come from Africa where they was born. They was enticed on a ship, fetched across the ocean to Virginia, fetched to Winnsboro by a slave drover, and sold to my master's father. That's what they tell me. When they was selling over there was 500 or 600 others all together down there, first deck of the ship, where they was locked in. They never did talk like the other slaves, could just say a few words, use their hands, and make signs. They want their collards, turnips, and their taters raw. They lack sweet milk so much that they steal it. Pappy cared nothing about clothes and wouldn't wear shoes in the wintertime or any time. It was against the law to bring them over here when they did. I learned since. But what is the law now, and what was the law then? When bright, shiny money was in sight. Money made the automobile go. Money make the train go. Money make the mare go. And at that time, I expect money make the ships go. Yes, sir. They, my pappy and mommy, was just smuggled in this part of the world, I bet you. Well, that doesn't seem like a certain remark they're leaving that off with. Hold on. I got to do one more because this one is at least naming African country, okay? And yes, Southern Breeze, quote, that's what they tell me. That's what I heard. That's what they tell me. Master said we were savage. That's what they tell me. Okay. I know I was born in Morocco, in Africa, and was married and had three children before I was stole from my husband. I don't know who it was that stole me, but they took me to France to a place called Bordeaux and drugs me with some coffee. And when I knows anything about it, I was in the bottom of a boat with a whole lot of niggas. It seemed like we was in that boat forever, but we comes to land and I was put on the auction block and sold. I finds out afterwards from my white folks, it was in New Orleans where the block was at, but I didn't know it then. Okay, so this chick is trafficked from Morocco to France, and then next thing you know, after a long boat ride, she's in New Orleans, but she only even knows it's New Orleans because that's what white people told her. So, hey, I wouldn't put it past a slave master to say, hey, you know, your folks were taken from Africa. You know, your folks were so dumb. We took some trinkets and put them around and they hopped on the boat and danced for us and then we stole them. I mean, guys, these firsthand accounts aren't adding up to the official narrative. Mainstream academia does not say that the vast majority of African slaves shipped here were tricked onto boats to do dance numbers or to get cloths or handkerchiefs. There was a huge, vast African slave network where Africans were trafficking other Africans to Europeans. But not a single one of these narratives says we got captured by a rival African tribe and sent to the coast and then got sold off to some Europeans. This is strange. But hey, I thank you for finally citing a source. You showed us where to go. We can actually read it for ourselves. And now that we actually read it for ourselves, I've got to ask my audience, what do you guys think? Put a 0 in the chat if you believe that these people had the intellectual know-with-all to actually know where their people came from versus propaganda that's given to them. I mean, put a 0 in the chat if you think that these are on the up and up, and these rumors that they heard of their ancestors being from Africa and getting swindled. Put a 0 in the chat if you believe the narrative. Put a 1 in the chat if it leaves you with more questions than answers. I just want to see what my audience is talking about, and then we're going to allow you to give us your remarks uninterrupted. But guys, 0 in the chat if you're like, yeah, you know, this answers it. Yeah, we come from West African slaves. These folks from the plantation with no education says they came from Morocco to France. One of them says that they took a steamboat over here, even though steamboats weren't invented at the time. Come on, y'all. Let me see. On TikTok, nothing but 1s. On YouTube, nothing but 1s. Okay. Caller, you now have the floor. Thank you for your patience.
Dig that, man. Dig that. Even if you don't take that, the significance of the red flannel is on the opposite side also, not just on Americans. Let's say, take this. You have stories of red flannel in Africa also, and that being an enticement or something along those lines, also dealing with slavery. So you also have that. Even with that, you also have stories outside the Clotilda, and even you got one of the stories that you just read. And again, let's say I'll give you a third to half of these are not true. Let's say that. You have stories of a person saying that, hey, most likely I was smuggled over here illegally.
Please. I'm surprised by your comment. You just said that you estimate that maybe a third to a half of these narratives aren't true.
No, I just said no. I didn't say I think. I just said let's say. I didn't say I think. I said let's say that they are.
Well, why do you want to participate in that exercise of thought? I mean, why are we saying that half of them are not true?
It's just going on because obviously you don't believe it. Because again, never mind. That's just because I
doubt the validity doesn't mean that you have to. So do you believe that all of these are true?
Not that I doubt. I believe that they were oral history passed down. Definitely some of those, most of them are probably true in some shape, form, or fashion. Again, these are second and third generations.
Wait. Most of them. So you think that there's some of these slave narratives that are not true? Yes or no?
Again, you just read it. I don't know that your steamboats came out without the top of your head. You said steamboats were.
Sir, I'm not asking about me or what I read. I'm asking you as a grown man to let us know. Do you think any of these are false, or do you think every single interview from this archive is factual?
I don't think anything you read was false.
Do you think any of the interviews in this entire archive is false, or do you think they were all honest?
No, I don't.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
About it. Yeah, okay. So the reason why I say that, then, even if you don't, the reason why I was busting out saying even if 1/3 or half are not true, there are still aspects about these stories that still prove real in real life. The red flannel, illegal taking of slaves. We know this, like smuggling slaves. We do know that some of those accounts do happen, even if it happens in small numbers. And yes, I do agree with you that the majority of slaves weren't given that way. And
I'm sorry. I'm just now noticing this photo here because you did mention the photo. The description of this photo of this man right here says, enslaved man born in Africa or of African-born parents. They don't even know if he was born in Africa or not. Look at the guesswork. They're going to call this man an enslaved man born in Africa or of African-born parents. For all we know, he came from Brazil. I'm just for all we know, he came from Guyana. I'm just saying they're gonna say he's an enslaved man born in Africa or of African parents. And look at the fine print, guys. This is a national humanities project called The Making of African American Identity. This is propaganda. They go around, give some plantation slaves some coins to give them some narratives of coming from Africa one day because they're trying to craft the illusion. They're literally trying to make this African American identity right before our eyes. Everything is vague, no specificity. All of them are damn near identical. Guessing, hypothetical. Yes, Tyrone. Where in Africa? Yes, Tyrone. HCD Mom says, I don't believe it neither. Copper says, who paid him? Short, Dark, and Handsome says, because he knows it sounds crazy when you read it out loud. No. The caller does not think it sounds crazy at all. I think he did think that the steamboat thing was a little bit crazy, but other than that, he believes all the narratives. All the narratives. Thank you guys for the feedback. No details or sources. They said these stories are vague as hell and unrealistic and unreliable to connecting a tribe to Africa. And mind you, all of these narratives are 1936 to 1938. Okay. I'd love to just read a couple more if I can. It's only a couple more here. We did the Morocco one. Here we go. Yes. Well, does I remember my granny from Africa and straight from there too? Judith Gist, they named her. That old lady could not work when she died, for she was 110 years old. They had it in the paper that I was 125. It gives me notice to say that I, the oldest man in Union County, can't remember any of my grandfathers. Millie Gist was my mother, and Aunt Judith was her mother. Granny Judith said that in Africa, they had very pretty things, and that they had no red colors in cloth. In fact, they had no cloth at all, which is bullshit. Africans had cloth. Africans had clothing. Africans, not all Africans just run around naked in the bush. What? Africans didn't have cloth now, guys. In fact, they had no cloth at all. Some stranger with pale faces come one day and dropped a small piece of red flannel on the ground. All the black folks grabbed for it. Then a larger piece was draped a little further on until the river was reached. Then a large piece was draped in the river, and on the other side, they was led on, each one trying to get a piece as it was draped. Finally, when the ship was reached, they draped large pieces on the plank and up into the ship till they got as many blacks on board as they wanted. Then the gate was chained up and they could not get back. That is the way Granny said that they got her to America. Course, she did not know that the pieces was red flannel or that she was being enticed away. They just draped red flannel today like us drapes corn to chickens to get them on the roost at night. Damn, they comparing their African ancestors, their alleged African ancestors, to chickens being led with corn. They just draped the red flannel, just like they draped corn to get chickens to come home to roost at night. When they got on board the ship, they were tied until the ship got to sea. Then they was let loose to walk about because they couldn't jump overboard. On the ship, they had many strange things to eat, and they liked that. They was given enough red flannel to wrap around themselves. She liked it on the boat. What the fuck are we reading right now? African slave kidnapped, enticed with red flannel, and likes it on the boat. Tell me these ain't some plantation Negroes with no education making up some shit for the white folks who just came to town asking them for an Africa story. On the ship, they had many strange things to eat, and they liked that. They was given enough red flannel to wrap around themselves. She liked it on the boat. Granny Judith born Millie, and Millie born me. No, I ain't never had no desire to go to Africa because I was grown to stay where when they talk. Because I was going to stay where I is. When they talk, nobody didn't know what they was talking about. My granny never could speak good like I can. She talk half African and all African when she get bothered. No, I can't talk no African. I mean, guys, African is in the language. I mean, what are we talking about? Granny talked African. Adam Thomas was a native of the west coast of Africa, and when quite a young man was attracted when can we get a single person kidnapped? Can we get a single person trafficked by another African sold to European? They want us to believe that all the Africans were just tricked and they just led little breadcrumbs of red cloth to get hundreds of Africans on the boat. He was a native of the west coast of Africa, and when quite a young man, he was attracted one day to a large ship that had just come near his home. With many others, he was attracted aboard by bright red handkerchiefs. Oh, here we go again. Bright red handkerchiefs, shawls, and other articles in the hands of the seamen. Shortly afterwards, he was securely bound in the hold of the ship to be later sold somewhere in America. Thomas does not know exactly where Adam landed, but knows that his father has been in Florida many years before his birth. I guess that's why I can't stand red things now, he says. My pa hated the sight of it. Jesus, I can't with this anymore. This shit is like ChatGPT wrote it. Somebody said, ChatGPT, give me 7 almost identical slave narratives, including red cloth, and being tricked onto a boat. I mean, come on. Saturn said they had mouse traps, basically. All you need is some red cloth to get 600 Africans on the ship, apparently. I don't know.
Okay, so this right here, Timeless Stories from the Library of Congress, blogs.loc.gov, Inquiring Minds Uncovering the Many Meanings of Slave Narratives, right? So we go further down in this this article, and it asks, like,
Are you
what
talking
is
about a
the
different article?
It ties to that, I promise you.
No,
It
well,
ties to that.
what's the name of it so that I can show it on stream right now?
Yeah, Inquiring Minds, Uncovering the Many Meanings of Slave Narratives.
Inquiring Minds, Uncovering the Many Meanings?
Of slave narratives.
The Many
April
Meanings
11th.
of Slave Narratives.
Yes.
Okay, here we go. We got a blog from the Library of Congress. All right, and what is it about this white girl, this Ohio State University undergraduate who did a slave narratives collection? What is it on this blog I'm supposed to be reading?
So tell us the significance of the narrative to tell us. Or tell us about the Red Cloud narrative.
Are you asking me to tell? Oh, you said this.
No,
Okay, tell us. Okay, here we go. I'll read it.
I'm reading.
Tell us about the Little Red Cloth narrative. It consists of various forms of a story former slaves recalled in WPA interviews about how their relatives were captured by slave traders who used red trinkets such as cloth to entice slaves. And so, I mean, yeah, we already read this. Is there something new that we're supposed to understand for this? This is literally regurgitating the same thing. Some strangers with wild, pale faces came and dropped red flannel on the ground, and all the black folks grabbed it up. I mean, okay. Was there something new we were supposed to get, or?
Put another point.
No. Before you get to another point, what was the point of bringing us to this blog post?
That was the point. I was getting to that. Okay, so what have you discovered studying the narrative? I found that individuals incorporated slave trade into long-established African oral traditions, creating stories that capture enslavement infused with symbolism that indicted those who participated in the trade. Slaves shared the traditions of their personal history with their children and grandchildren to educate them about the dangers of deception as well as their own capacity to be free. I was especially intrigued by the capture narrative evolved over time as slavery expanded throughout the United States of America. Fear of kidnapping rose. The stories of being seduced by red trinkets was modified to warn children of dangers of kidnapping within America. Even after slavery ended, the stories were kept alive in new ways. The red cloth became a tool of empowerment and protection.
Wait, what are we supposed to be learning from this? This is the white college girl's interpretation of the slave narratives. I mean, how does this give us any new info?
It was supposed because it's very full of slavery about the relatives catchable.
Copper American Indians say, "Read it fast, won't save you." You better leave him alone.
Tell us, okay. So the part about that, tell us a little bit about the red clay. It consists of various forms of story former slaves recall in WPA interviews about their relatives were captured by slave traders who used red trinkets such as red cloth and tight slaves. In some instances, individuals were invited aboard a ship to trade for these goods. In other cases, the cloth was laid out for someone to follow in almost a handsome fashion. Among the narratives, the collection was most excited by it was a.
Why are you reading the words of Becky right now? I'm still trying to understand what her interpretation of these slave narratives has to do with anything.
There was a point in there where it basically said that some of these people, again, children were more preferred in some instances because, again, if you raise a kid in slavery, that's all they know. And again, some of these we have other instances of children being taken as slaves, again, very young age. The Senegal family in Louisiana. The young girl was 7 years old when she was taken from Senegal?
Sir, I don't understand what you're talking about right now. You wanted us to go over there and read these West African slave narratives. We read them.
Yes.
It gave us more questions than answers. They seem like bullshit. We don't believe it. And now you took us to a blog post of some white girl who read those same narratives. I mean, what are we talking about? Do you have any news sources to cite, or are we just supposed to take the word of recently emancipated people with the all same red cloth, they loved it on the boat, they was dancing story? I mean, what are we talking about here?
What we were trying to get at was that the red cloth, again, sometimes it was used to trick people into coming around to trade. Like, again, it was used in that particular sense, or maybe used against children. That's what I.
So how long was it used? I would imagine that all it takes is Africans on the coast being tricked one time by red cloth and being kidnapped one time for the rest of the tribes to realize, hey, let's not go by those Europeans with red cloth. How long are you claiming that this trick was used? Is this the primary way that Africans were trafficked to the Americas? Is that your claim?
Of course not. It has nothing to do with it.
Then why is that 100% the claim of all of those slave narratives? Every single one of them said red cloth tricked my ancestors. Oh no, one of them said that they were invited to dance. I mean, what are we talking about? If we even believe that they're true, these are very niche examples. Mainstream academia doesn't even say that the vast majority of Africans were tricked to come over with red cloth. They say that they were trafficked and sold by their fellow warring African neighbors and sold to Europeans. So even if we believed these weird Disney fairy tales, it still doesn't account for how mainstream academia claims most Africans got over here. We literally had one chick talking about a steamboat picked him up and then took him to France. Like, what are we talking about? Yes, short, dark, and handsome. They tricked 12.5 million people with red cloth. Them Europeans had a lot of red cloth.
So you said earlier that, and again, this is another aspect about this. You said earlier that slavery is not taught. Slavery is not taught over there in Africa, right? Slavery is not taught. You can't go over there and find out about slavery from anybody. The
transatlantic slave trade narrative, as we are taught in America, is not taught nor widely accepted in Africa. Not at all.
Can you, so before I make an assumption, because I made an assumption earlier and understood you incorrectly, what's the difference to you, like the slave narrative isn't taught? Like, let's say people in Senegal, like Gorée Island, what is their perception that you know of versus what is over here? Obviously, we know.
I can't speak to Senegal, Gorée Island. All I can speak of is the interactions I've had with hundreds of Africans that have called into my show, and I ask them time and time again, hey, do you guys have any oral tradition or any history you guys are taught in school of the transatlantic slave trade and a bunch of you guys getting tricked on boats by white people? And they all say, no, we don't know nothing about it. Don't none of our ancestors talk about our family members getting tricked on boats and sent somewhere else. They learn about that through Western media, or they learn about that through new colonial schools. Like if they're in a former French colony or a former British colony, they might give them some of that history. But hey, if that's the way it was really going, then when we take our trips to Africa and go to Ghana and shit, they should be telling the stories of, hey, my cousin one day went to the boat because there was some red cloth and we never seen him again. We don't hear no stories like that from the Africans we talk to.
So, and I'm being serious when I ask this question. So, like, you never heard, like, you say you talk to hundreds of Africans. They're not taught.
I'm talking about in my niche interactions with these. I'm not saying I spoke with every African from the continent, but I've spoken to hundreds, and I always ask them, have you ever heard anything about a transatlantic slave trade like this? And they say no. They're confused that I'm even asking more often than not.
Oh, that's okay. No, like I said, I was just here to ask, like, there are people who are fighting slave traders, you know, like Senegalese leaders, you know what I mean?
Like who? Are you talking about that fake Woman King movie?
No. But real people, real life.
Give me a source. What Africans are fighting slave traders in Senegal?
Got you. I'll show this up so we.
Because remember, the slave traders are Africans. It's not called a holy war. It's not called a mass invasion. Right. Africans were freely trading Africans to Europeans.
Some are African.
Yet all those slave stories never mention that once. Not one time did it say grandma got stolen by some tribe down the way who we had beef with, and they gave him to some Europeans on a boat, and she cried and fought and didn't want to go. No, it makes these Africans seem fucking stupid. That they got tricked by some cloth and hundreds of them are now on the. It don't make no damn sense. And how many times do they pull the red cloth trick before the Africans wake up to the okie doke and stop falling for it? I mean, what?
Well, here's the thing: you're being a little bit disingenuous because I mean,
how
Native Americans or Indians, however you want to call it, had plenty of years with with Europeans. And how they have broken treaties.
Cite a source. What do you mean by plenty of years with Europeans? And what does that have to do with Africans getting tricked with red cloth, allegedly?
Let's go with this. Since I put up a source, I put up that source afterwards because I was trying to get this one. But this, I'm gonna make a statement. Would you disagree that there were hundreds of years of American Indians, let's do that, working with Europeans and also seeing how they may not hold on to treaties or eventually keep encroaching on their territory throughout the day, throughout the hundreds of years that they're here. Again, we both agreed that there's slavery. Obviously, these people are not the best people. They're friendly sometimes, and then they go against us on other time periods. That wouldn't be an incorrect statement. So it's kind of like you're.
What are you asking right now? What?
You're basically saying, it sounds like you're basically saying these Africans are crazy for, saying doing this, but the American
Yes,
Indians
anybody would be crazy to continuously see hundreds of their countrymen get tricked with red cloth to go on boats, and then they keep getting tricked with red cloth to go on boats. Yes, that's crazy. And no, American Indians did not do that. When the white folks showed their ass and did some deceitful shit, we didn't trust them no more. My tribe specifically burnt down forts, went to war with the U.S. government, went to war with European settlers. I can pull up a dozen Black Indigenous wars and battles that are fought right now. But why don't the Africans have the same story of these battles and these wars? Because like you tell it, like the narratives tell it, the Africans apparently was just not very high IQ, and they were just a very easy, servantile people to where, hey, just dangle some cloth and you can lead them on the boat.
If you tell somebody to come up on my ship, I want to trade goods with you, and so far they either really knew.
Not one of those slave narratives said that a European merchant came and offered us to trade goods. It literally says that they put cloth down like corn, leading chicken home to roost.
It also never said how old they were either. Anyway, this is archive.understandingslavery.com.
Okay, he found another source, archive.understanding.slavery.com. Okay.
Yes.
Maybe this source will do a better job convincing us that we all come from West African slaves. Archive.understanding.slavery.com is not popping up.
I have the site right here, so I don't know what this resistance.
Archive.understanding.
Understanding
slavery, or is there no dot between understanding and slavery?
It's a dot. Yeah, it's not a dot in between understanding and slavery.
Okay, maybe that's what it is. Okay, here we go. So we're on blog posts supporting the teaching and learnings of transatlantic histories and legacies. I mean, this is
resistance.
Cookie cutter blog post. The transatlantic slave trade was responsible for the forced migration of 12 to 15 million people. Well, what am I looking for here? On this 2011 blog post?
No. Okay, the article I'm reading is Resistance and Rebellion.
Resistance and Rebellion. Okay, here we go. Resistance and Rebellion. Who is this authored by? Okay, so they're not even going to give us an author on this one. All right. African resistance. According to slave owners, slaves were notoriously lazy and ill-disposed to labor. Sometimes enslaved Africans would resort to more open or violent means of resistance, poisoning it. Yeah, I'm sorry. This is here. I'll keep reading. Resistance in Africa. In African societies, there were many examples of opposition to the transatlantic slave trade. One of the earliest documented is the correspondence of Congo ruler Ngisa Mbamba, also known as Alfonso, 1446 to 1543, who wrote to the King of Portugal in 1526 to demand an end to the illegal depopulation of his kingdom. Hey, that's crazy that none of those slave narratives said that, hey, we came from the Congo and the Portuguese were depopulating our area. I mean, they're giving us myths of red cloth. The Congolese king's successor, Garcia II, made similar unsuccessful protests. Okay. Other African rulers took a stand. For instance, in the early 17th century, that's pretty late. Slave trade's already been going on for a while. In the early 17th century, Nzinga Mbandi, Queen of Angola. Okay, guys, this is that bullshit. Didn't I say earlier you talking about that woman king bullshit? We're talking about that woman king bullshit. The Woman King movie was made after this Queen Mbandi, Queen of Angola, talking about how they fought the Portuguese. But guess what? They left out the part where they were trading slaves to other European colonial factions. Yes, that queen fought the Portuguese, but she still traded slaves to other Europeans. But we're supposed to use this 2011 blog post and do what with it exactly? I mean, I'm confused. I'm really confused right now. I'm at least a little bit grateful that you're kind of citing sources, but these sources are not proving your point. If anything, it's taking us further and further away from cementing your point. Yes, Queen Califia, this has nothing to do with the United States, especially when these plantation slaves aren't saying my ancestor was trafficked from the Congo. There was a battle and Queen Nziba was fighting the Portuguese, but we got captured. And no, it's all we're on the West Coast and we see some red cloth. And next thing you know, shit, we on a boat heading to America. All right, I'm done. Go ahead, provide us with some closing remarks, and then I got to wrap this up. We're going on almost 4 hours here.
Dig that, man. Dig that. Either way it goes, you know what I mean? There are accounts of, even if I, being amateur as I am, have not the best sources, there still are sources of people fighting. Fuda Toro of Senegal, you have other people of that nature that say they're not going to go into it. It was a king of Dahomey himself also, not every king of Dahomey, but a king of Dahomey that also said, I'm not going to participate in the slave trade at first. So there are accounts of rebellion, there are accounts of red flannel, there are accounts of showing ties, corroborating slave narratives. There are too many in this particular sense. So it's kind of like, I'm not the best source, I will say that, but to deny that is a little bit disingenuous. And you are definitely very, very intelligent and definitely do a lot of research. But it's just basically saying,
I mean, I think it's disingenuous that the people that you're bringing up that are Africans fighting slavery are actually Africans participating in the slave trade. You know, the Dahomey were involved in the slave trade, right?
The Dahomey kingdom, but the kings themselves might not every king. Like, okay, again, that was
did the Dahomey traffic slaves to Europeans? Yes or no?
Yes.
So why are you mentioning them like they fought against slavery? That's the same way that the British folks try to be like, well, but Britain ended slavery. Yeah, after they already enslaved motherfuckers around the world for hundreds of years and got to the bag.
Yes, but that's still, here's the thing that doesn't, like,
every African rebel you have cited are slave traders working with the European faction to traffic slaves to the Americas.
You're talking about the generalization, like a kingdom may have, yes, a kingdom may have. But
no, I'm just mentioning the sources you've cited. You have not given a single African tribal rebellion that was not spearheaded by African slave traders.
Okay.
The Dahomey were a major supplier of slaves to Europeans. But if people don't know that, they're going to hear what you're saying and think that the Dahomey were fighting slavery. They're going to think that Queen Mbiga or whatever was fighting the Portuguese, but they'll not know the part where she was still selling slaves to other Europeans.
The Dahomey Kingdom definitely sold slaves. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, if you think that that was going to be understood by that part, okay, they definitely sold slaves.
Do you know how many slaves?
Shit, decent fucking amount. There was a plantation in Mississippi called Dahomey. So I don't know the exact number, but had to be enough for that one.
Okay. Well, I looked it up. They're claiming that the Kingdom of Dahomey was a major supplier in the Atlantic slave trade, where they exported over 1 million enslaved people between 1659 and 1863. The Dahomey supplied up to 20% of the total slave trade from the region, with annual exports from Quada ranging from 15,000 in the 1720s down to 4,000 to 5,000 by the late 18th century. And it's crazy that not one of them plantation slave narratives said anything about being shipped from the Dahomey. All right.
Again, dig that, man. Like I said, I'll definitely get my shit back up. But, man, thank you for the night, man. I do appreciate it.
Thank you, too. You hit me to some game. I didn't know that archive had specifically taken some of those interviews and made like a West African heritage section where they put, several of the West African stories. Now I know where to go to if I want to look for that. But yeah, it's crazy how all of those slave narratives kind of seems copy and paste to me. That was strange similarities.
Fair enough, man. Fair enough.
Yep. Hey, thanks for calling in, brother. I appreciate you. Talk to you later.
Man, be safe, brother.
Likewise. Peace. Yeah, y'all, that was wild. Melanin runs through my veins, says he wants us to be African so badly, damn. Yvette says, great job, Mike. You've been patient. Hey, I try. Q says my homeboy to believe everything, but the truth is hilarious. He's like a very calm yet understanding Uncle Ruckus with less hatred. Y'all better leave him alone. You really. I just feel he hasn't done the research on certain subjects, but he's definitely came across a lot of the propaganda when it comes to the transatlantic slave trade. Crandall says this is the definition of brainwashed. Q says I didn't know stupidity was entertainment. Come on, be nice. Romax says the same people who wrote Roots are the same ones writing these narratives. Yeah, exactly. And then he took us to a blog post of some white girl in college talking about the slave narratives as if that was like, I was confused. But I tip my hat to him because he did what 9 times out of 10 people cannot do, which is state their claim, cite some sources, have civil discourse. I mean, I'm all for it. I'm all for it. But yeah, I'm gonna have to share some of them slave narratives on stream. Like it was like copy and paste. They got tricked with some red cloth. 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 Hey, melanin runs through my veins says only a child would believe these bullshit ass stories. Hey. Tyrone says he said he agreed with the twisted psychology of whites and said they made distinction. Yeah, Tyrone, if you want to come up, go ahead, brother. Queen Califia says he does this on every live panel. He don't want to learn. Well, hey, it was my first time interacting with him. I'm not familiar with him. Yeah, that was wild. I'm sorry, guys. I just couldn't hold. I just couldn't hold it in as I was reading those narratives, and I'm like, what the fuck? And a steamboat? What the fuck? Sent to France? What the fuck? Red cloth? What the fuck? They went to go dance for the white men on the boat? What the fuck? The children of the chief go get tricked onto the boat? What the fuck? The chief ain't sent no soldiers with him? I mean, stranger danger, right? I mean, what the fuck? What the heli, what the heliante, what the Halliburton, what the hallelujah? That shit ain't make no sense. But again, although I disagree with his sentiment and he disagrees with my sentiment, I still give credit where credit's due. He at least was able to cite some sources. He took us to some archives. I got to share my screen. I got to read some stuff so that you guys can make up your mind for yourselves. How many people call in on some just trust me, bro type shit? Just trying to dictate heritage to us. I mean, hey, he gave us some game. Next time y'all talking to a Pan-African, take them to those West African slave narratives and show them how them fairy tales don't add up. Look up how much those plantation slaves were paid for those interviews. Come on. Tyrone, where you at? Go ahead and call in real quick. Oh, and I just did a little search on that whole archive and the slave narratives. It says journalists during the Great Depression went around doing these interviews. It says most informants were very old and living in poverty during the 1930s. Methodology: the interviewers were often white and in some cases were viewed by the former slaves as authoritative figures, potentially government representatives, which may have led to exaggerated or overly positive accounts of their past to avoid trouble or
Call from
Tyrone.
To accept, press 1.
All right, we got Tyrone on the line. Give us a quick mic check, Tyrone.
Mic check. What's up, bro? Tyrone
right.
Leon
Hey,
from Charlotte, North Carolina.
Folks on YouTube, are you guys able to hear Tyrone?
Are they able to hear me? Yeah, for that, what I just heard from Ogun, we need a book called Playing African, just like Philip J. Deloria. And this is something that we got to break down with this pretend-Africanism stuff, because a lot of these cats don't understand how these slave narratives work. It's pretty vague, and we already have scholarly books breaking down how they're promoting this false African identity. Like, we just heard these slave narratives being vague as fuck, talking about red cloth and people being kidnapped, but in actuality, they're going off of vague summaries and coming up with vague stories about their ancestors. And I don't want to hear from these Afrocentrics sitting up here mocking our grandmother saying, Grandma said we was Indians. But when you look into these actual so-called African ancestors, they're making up things on the spot when it comes to this African identity stuff.
Yeah, that's crazy. Plantation slaves during the Great Depression, uneducated, down bad, got some white authority figures that they think are government agents asking them for interviews, and they all basically say the same shit. They came somewhere from Africa because of some red cloth.
I hope you clip this stuff, bro.
Oh no, I will. I mean, you would think that there would be variation from story to story. You would think there would be more.
Yep.
You would think the story would just be longer. Like it was like 2-3 sentences with each one. I was just like, what?
Specific African dialect names like the Kingdom of Ndongo or Balimake or Oyo or Meli or something like that. I was stolen from this library of Sankore and Timbuktu and shipped off to the shores of Ouida, and I was put on a barracoon cage until the ship came and got me, and I suffered through living conditions and piss and shit, having somebody lay next to me butt ass naked with their dingling and
liked the boat
balls
ride,
in my
right?
face and all this other weird stuff.
Tyrone,
yeah,
one of them said they liked the boat ride, right? They had fun on the boat and they got to eat new foods. What?
And they had time to like make a care package and braid seeds in their scalp. Huh? What tribe in Africa does this? Who does this?
That was the wildest shit I'd have never heard, I'd have never read. But again, I tip my hat to Ogun because he was at least able to give a structured statement, provide sources, try to rebuttal. I mean, that's why he was on the line so long. I mean, we was actually getting somewhere. We was having a nice conversation, but as soon as I read them interviews, them short little interviews,
I had to break down what he said the entire time. I heard the 1526. When we actually look up that narrative, it was Lucas Vasquez de Leon. He never actually brought in Africans in that year because he would have, if he would have brought in slaves, most likely they would have came from San Domingue. If you look into the primaries and all these documents talking about that event, it's only from a secondhand narration. It's not anything telling us where in Africa that these slaves would have came from. So most likely these are Indians from the Caribbean islands and brought into the South Carolina region that they were mispronouncing as like Oritza and Gualdape, when in actuality it's Chicora and Wali. So that's your origins of the Gullah Geechee. They're not no West Central African, Angolan, Sierra Leone, Mighty Morphin Power Ranger, Swahili Megazord. But in actuality, you already have these tiny communities that would go on to be Muskogee Creek, or they were Yamasee Confederations and stuff like that, which they don't teach in school because they got Black Americans focused on this African stuff. And they don't want you to know anything about your own backyard, the communities that these indigenous people were living in, where they set up these plantations right on people's villages or kingdoms and, their farming areas and stuff like that. And they took over these people's areas and just made them employees on their own shit, mass producing cotton, mass producing tobacco.
And guess what? Their employer shifts depending on the era. At one point in time, their employer is the French, then it's the British, then it's the Spanish. But guess what? We got Black indigenous people living on the same land, doing what they've always done, farming and agriculture.
Yeah. So that 1526, and I know the International African American Museum loves to use that shit, but they want to Africanize the stuff and minimize the Indian information because all they want to promote is what this safe liberal NGO stuff that they want to put out here with these binaries of, hey, these black folks over here, they're trying to erase these Mongol style Native Americans history. We got to do something about it and call them pretendians and say that they're only African and that's it. That's weird as fuck. And then on the other hand, you got Africans crashing out just because black Americans dress up like Zamundans from Coming to America when they release a Black Panther movie or something like what's that shit that came out with the vampires? Sinners and shit like that, or Color Purple and all these other movies that's supposed to be for the culture, but in actuality they got some agendas to it to where it's trying to minimize our true origins as indigenous people of the land.
Yeah. And then people will throw out the black Europeans, you mean Africans in Europe. Oh, King James was black, King Charles was black. But they say that pseudo. No, hold on, Tyrone, hold on. They say that pseudo shit to confuse you guys who are new to your quest for knowledge. Guess what, guys? Here's how simply that you can break it down. King Charles. Was King Charles black? No. Did King Charles have African ancestry? Yes. His father is of the Medici family. The Medici family is Italian. The Medici family from Italy had African ancestry. But pseudo niggas will get online making you think King Charles was somehow related to us. No, he was a person that had some mixed African ancestors somewhere in his family tree, but he's still an evil ass European colonizing entity. And there have been many African colonizers over in Europe working to take over our land. All skin folk ain't kin folk.
Why do they want to attach themselves to some European and Moorish stuff when that ain't got nothing to do with the Indian tribes over here? That's always taking us to some foreign shit in the so-called old world, but never focusing on who were our leaders within these tribes over here. It doesn't talk about spirituality over here. It doesn't even reconnect you to the land because you have to go through these Mongol-style Native Americans to know about your own shit, because they're the ones, and these white folks is the ones that's gatekeeping that knowledge from us because they sat up amongst us and learned all our ways, folk ways, mores, and anything and everything that we've been practicing this entire time. And then this dude tried to Africanize Brer Rabbit. Like, do you not know there's plenty of rabbit stories over here?
I thought he was going to give me oral tradition from his family, and he pulled up Louisiana folklore. I was surprised at that. Talking about the spider Anansi and shit. I said, your grandparents never taught you about no Anansi. You better stop it.
Over here. We got grandma's spider. We got Ectomy. What is this fool talking about? He ain't do enough research. And I schooled this fool on Pumpkin Babies Live, and he literally tried to use commercial DNA, right? But I told this fool that literally they don't have any reference panels for southeastern woodlands, and mainly they're going off of European genetics because that's all they got, and they got a minimal genetic sample on alleged Africans that they're trying to connect Black Americans to. So they're not literally being genuine and looking into these white folks' sciences that they rely on. They depend on these white folks to tell us our narrative. Same with these Native Americans on the reservation. They depend on white folks to tell the story rather than us investigating and questioning what they're putting out there as our binary story of this, oh, you got to be a full-blown African or we full-blood Native based off of their measuring tools.
Niggas deep. Damn, I'm looking at the time. I got to get out of here. Go ahead and give us some closing remarks, and then we're going to wrap up.
All right, well, I hope you got the time to look through that, arsenal that I sent you.
Yeah, no, I still haven't had the time to look at it, but I'll take the time sometime this week, and I'll make sure to send some cash your way, like we discussed.
because it tells you about the communities that we had, and gets in the specific names besides Muskogee Creek, because before we became Muskogee, you had other things that existed before then.
Yuchi and Hitichi and Mikosuki and all kind of stuff, right?
Mm-hmm.
Shout out to Copper and American Indians. Said the Catholic Church had an African birth certificate. You better stop it. Don't you know he saw a document where the Catholics gave one of his ancestors an African birth certificate or something? I mean, I don't know.
That sounds like Gustavus Vasa, aka Aloda Equiano, that same birth certificate crap. He made up his African identity.
Dang.
Oh, and then the Thomas Johns thing about the Koichi tribe. I debunked around logic on that shit because his mother is American Indian and his father is not even known with his identity. All he said is that his people filed their teeth down and he assumed that they came from Africa.
Hey, I was listening to a podcast from some white boys the other day. They theorizing that the head wraps and the turbans that the Seminoles wore was from their African heritage.
Nigga, what?
Yeah.
So dreadlocks too?
Hey, it is what it is, what it's gonna be. But thanks for calling in, Tyrone. This has been a fun one.
All right, peace.
All right, peace.
See you next time.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, that's all I have for you right now, at least for our live studio audience. For folks watching the replay, you know it's going to segue right into another video for you. But yeah, this is wild. This is really, really wild. Shout out to Ogun, though, at least being able to cite some sources and stuff. If anybody needs assistance with genealogical research, make sure to check out the website, nativeblackancestry.com. You can even access my calendar, book a one-on-one consultation with me where I teach the 3-step process me and my family use to trace our heritage and get tribal citizenship with the Muskogee Creek Nation. I mean, guys, on that note, it's crazy how I say I'm indigenous, so I did my genealogy. I have tribal citizenship with the tribe of my ancestors, but these Pan-Africans call in talking about they people came from Africa, but they ain't even done their genealogy, and they don't have citizenship with no African nation that their ancestors are from. I mean, it's just confusing. It's confusing, guys. But as always, I thank you all for tuning in. I appreciate everybody. Make sure to subscribe if you're new, and I'll see you later. Peace. Many know about slavery, but few discuss paper genocide. We did not all come from Africa, and most of us have Aboriginal roots that were stripped away due to reclassification and miseducation. As a native Black American and a member of the Muskogee Creek Nation, I understand the importance of tracing your lineage. If you want to learn how to trace your genealogy and apply for tribal citizenship, go to nativeblackancestry.com to schedule a consultation.
They don't want you to remember this. You not no slave, you indigenous. Fuck how they painted them Indians. You went to war with the French and the British, man. Quite frankly, you was kings, Merovingians. They took the women and men, made them prisoners, raised up the children to worship their images, set up a lab to the genes and they mixed them, and this shit get way deeper than your pigment.